Hey, good morning. Welcome. We are on location. It is Boomer and Mike. We are in downtown Hayes. We are, oddly enough, not the first ones here.
No, the grillers are here. Oh, I should call. What do we call them? I don't want to call them grillers. The smokers.
Yeah, they've got some stuff on the smoker going this morning.
I just asked the guy. He asked me if I wanted a turkey leg. He had them done. Some of them already. Yeah.
That'd be an interesting breakfast, wouldn't it?
No, I'd like it.
Hey, we've got the Eagle Morning Show live from downtown Hayes. Today is Oktoberfest, 42nd Oktoberfest, and this place is going to be hopping a little bit later. We also have some guests joining us as we go along this morning. We'll be talking to Kent Stewart from Fort Hays State University, University Relations.
He's with us in the 8 o'clock hour.
Yeah, he'll be with us in the 8 o'clock hour. Also, Gina Anderson is back. We're going to talk to her from NAMI as we wrap up our week-long visits with NAMI here on the morning show. And they tell me that Tammy Wilbrock, Executive Director of the Hayes Area Chamber of Commerce, is going to stop by next hour as well.
She'll be by, too, because she likes those Spitzbuden, or whatever. How do you say that? I don't know. What do you call them? Is that what you call them?
Spitzbuben.
Spitzbuben. Thank you very much.
And you're from here.
I know. I should know that a little bit better.
There's going to be a lot of great food here, as everyone knows. The other great thing is if you have Fort Hays State University alumni or family members that are from the area, but they've moved away and they can't get back for Oktoberfest, you can tell them today to check out HayesPost.com because we'll be streaming this event. We're going to be here until about noon today.
Right.
Here's how the morning is going to roll. We're going to do the morning show this morning until, well, we'll be here until 9.
Right.
And then we've got the 80s corner starting just a little bit after 9 o'clock. We'll get news and sports, and then Gerard will be in with Curtis Hammocky, the athletic director for Fort Hays State University. They'll visit for about 45 minutes, and then we'll have an opportunity to ad-lib. And then at 10, Mike Cooper and Becky Kaiser will be in this afternoon. Mike is also the master of ceremonies for the opening ceremonies today.
Which will happen at 11 o'clock today, and that'll go till 11:30. At 11:30, Mike will have his interview till 11:45 with Dr. Mirta Martin.
That's right. This will be the first time she has been here for this, her first year.
Exactly. And then at about 11:45, back to that ad-libbing thing again, from 11:45 to 12 with Mike Cooper. But Mike Cooper, he's a pro at ad-libbing, so he'll be good with it.
Yeah, we'll be fine. It's going to be a fun morning, and we certainly hope that you can come down and join us. We also do have our meteorologist, Dan Holiday, who we've got to visit with a little bit this morning, and as we said yesterday, the weather is all his fault.
Remember, we blamed him yesterday, and people have been thanking him today for it.
He called me when he got to town yesterday, and I told him we went ahead and threw him under the bus, so I was hoping he was okay with that. But we'll get to visit with him. We'll get to meet him a little bit. You and I have known him for a number of years, and so we'll let everybody else get to know him a little bit as well as we go along this morning. So we've got a lot to do, a lot to talk about. Let's go ahead and take a look at this date in history since it's finally Friday.
All right, we'll get to this date in history. Today is Friday, October 10th. It is the 283rd day of 2014. We've got 82 days left in the year. Let's see what happened on this day in history. 1967, the Outer Space Treaty prohibited the placing of weapons of mass destruction on the moon or elsewhere in space. It entered into force. 1973, Vice President Spiro T. Agnew, accused of accepting bribes, pleaded no contest to one count of federal tax evasion and resigned from his office. Entertainment history, let's go to that right now. October 10th, 1935. Well, actually, let's move up to 1962. The BBC banned Bobby Boris Pickett's song, remember this one? The Monster Mash. Yeah, they banned it because it was deemed offensive in so many ways, right? 1978, Steven Tyler and Joe Perry of Aerosmith injured during a concert in Philadelphia when someone in the audience threw a cherry bomb on stage. 1979, The Rose, starring Bette Midler, made its premiere in Los Angeles. Some of the birthdays today that we're celebrating. How about this? Singer David Lee Roth Van Halen, he is known for being with them, is 60 years old. Tanya Tucker is 56. Actress Julia Sweeney, Saturday Night Live, is 55. Actor Mario Lopez, the X Factor, Saved by the Bell, is 41. So there's some of the birthdays, and that's what happened on this day in history. Again, it is Friday, October 10th. Oktoberfest is what it's known here in Hayes about. I'm cold, I'm freezing, I can't get anything out.
7:12.
Can't get this moving out, I can't get October out.
I think maybe we better get out. And
Dan, where you at? Help me out.
We're going to take a break. We've got Gerard with sports coming up, and then we'll be back to visit with Dan Holiday here on the Eagle Morning Show from Oktoberfest 2014. Now you've done it to me. And good morning, welcome back as we continue to broadcast live from Oktoberfest, getting set for the activities today in downtown Hayes. It's Boomer, Mike, and Gary Shoran, the president of Eagle Communications, joining us as well. We'll talk to Gary here in just a moment. A couple of things that we want to get to as we start this portion of the morning show. We've got stories to talk about. We've got a trivia question from yesterday we want to make sure you got the answer from, so we take care of the normal business. We'll visit with Gary. Rainfall, unbelievable rainfall yesterday. I haven't seen it rain like that in Hayes for quite a while, and I got to stand out and watch a football game in it.
It was nice. We got nice rain too this morning. It hasn't stopped at all.
Yeah, we've got about 1.10 inches at last check at the KEYS studios in our rain gauge this morning, so we'll certainly take that. But with the weather, we want to let you know that part of the cancellations and delays, which you can check anytime at hayespost.com, cancellations and delays page right there online, brought to you by Advantage Glass Plus. There is no walking school bus today for O'Laughlin Elementary for obvious reasons because of the weather, but no walking school bus this morning. Gary Shoran is with us. If you're watching us on Channel 14 or online at hayespost.com, you see we've got a guest with us. Good morning, Gary.
Hey, good morning. It's good to be here. Is this part of the ad-lib section you were talking about?
The whole show is ad-lib. Yeah, we never plan too far.
Yeah, well, I do that. But what a rain we're having here. We talked about needing rain and how dry it's been, and all of a sudden we get it on Oktoberfest Friday.
And the nice thing is, I mean, other than we have some showers off and on, it might dampen some of the attendance down here, but we certainly hope not. But the showers kind of taper off during Oktoberfest. But then tomorrow, after this nice rain, it's supposed to warm back up into the low 60s, if I understand it right. We'll find out the official weather forecast here in just a moment when we talk to our meteorologist.
Yeah, maybe I could be the meteorologist for a while, but I did look at the forecast and find out that, it is going to be showers for a good part of the day. And one of the things we do find, and in Western Kansas, we have some pretty hardy people out here, and they like rain, and so this could be a fun party yet today.
You know, you mentioned that, celebrating the Volga German heritage, that is a very tough, resourceful group of individuals, so I think they'll definitely find a way to still have a good time today.
Well, one of it, we're prepared for this sort of thing out here for the most part. You can find anything from rain jackets to umbrellas to come out. I know they're already cooking out here, and that was when I pulled up the number of people that are already out here getting ready, getting set up in the rain out here doing this. So it is going to be a fun party, but it's going to be wet, and it's going to be hopefully a good time for everybody as we go through the day if they prepare when they come out here.
Now, we want to remind everyone as well, with all of the activities that are going on throughout the weekend, if a little celebrating, a little too much celebrating, don't forget there is the Safe Ride that is available, 621, and then dial down the center, which I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah.
If you have any pride or any ego, by the time you're done doing this show, it'll be
I love you
down.
guys. I listen every morning. I understand that part of things. The crew is working out here, and I think if you're out there listening, this station and being a part of this, we'll be broadcasting all morning. You had a great lineup of people that are going to be stopping by that you can listen in. I know they're talking about if there are any changes, we'll be talking about them right here on the radio. So anybody can just stay tuned right here and check on that. They're working on that to make sure that current plans are just planning to keep things going as they are scheduled throughout the day. And I know there will be some changes. We can expect that, but they'll hear them right here. I know the board is working to figure out if there are going to be any changes along the way.
I also want to thank our staff who came out here dark and early this morning. We had Jeff Harrison and then Kevin back home trying to get this up on Channel 14. And Andy's here too. I want to thank the staff that's in the background helping put all this together and moving everything in the rain here this morning. And of course, Dan Holiday's here this morning. Dan was telling you a little bit ago, we were off camera, he was saying that he thinks a lot of this rain's going to stop for tonight for the high school football games in the area. So we're kind of happy.
And if anybody should know, Dan should know.
Yeah, he should.
I mean, he is the guy on this. Who needs a weather channel when we have Dan right here?
I know he's got this portable radar he's walking around with too.
He does have a KYS shirt on. You got to like that sort of thing.
He was caller 8 the other day.
That's a good trivia question. When you have a guy like Dan and he says it's raining out, you know that he is a top-notch meteorologist.
Well, as we continue this morning, Gary, thanks so much for being out here early with us, stopping by, saying hi. Enjoy the day, enjoy the weekend. I'm sure you'll be a part of a lot of the homecoming activities, so have some fun, and thanks for joining us.
Well, it's good to be here, and thanks for the group to be here, and our radio station being out here, and ECTV, and being able to report what's happening. Doing it live on stream. Call your friends, have them put it on Facebook, because you can connect, and people that can't be here can certainly be watching and being a part of Oktoberfest. It does mean a lot to so many of the people in this area. We enjoy it. Being out here, rain or not, it's going to be fun.
And this is also the first year, too, that we broadcasted on ECTV Live. We haven't had that opportunity before, so we were able to come up with equipment to make that happen this week, too.
All right, well, let's get a real meteorologist in here and talk about what's going on.
We're going to talk to Dan Holiday here in just a moment. Also, a story that you've got coming up.
We're going to talk about some onion rings this morning. Does everybody like onion rings?
We've gone from turkey legs to onion rings.
I know, we're talking about it. Also, yesterday's trivia question, I want to give that back in case somebody wasn't listening and didn't get the answer yesterday. Yesterday's trivia question was 17% of us will have one of these for breakfast. What is it? Do you remember what it was?
A turkey leg.
No, no, not scotch or turkey leg. No, it was soda pop.
A soda
Pop.
I think more and more people are eating that.
For breakfast.
I was half right.
I said gin and tonic yesterday, so. As we continue from the Oktoberfest, please stick with us this morning. On the way, let's get going with Holly Dickman, and we'll also have a chronicle of the Old West, plus we'll talk about the weather with our meteorologist Dan Holiday as we continue here from Oktoberfest 2014.
Good.
Hey, good morning. Welcome back as we continue to broadcast this morning from downtown Hayes, Frontier Park, getting set for the 42nd annual Oktoberfest celebration going on today. Just part of the homecoming activities throughout the weekend. We've got the game tomorrow. We've also got the parade. Lots of things going on. Oktoberfest, you can already smell the food down here.
Oh, these guys are taking it serious over here,
Yeah.
these smokers.
Yeah, they've got great food for you today. Now, with weather, we get an opportunity to visit with meteorologist Dan Holiday, who is on location with us this morning. About said in studio. Wish we were in studio. I'd be a lot warmer.
This is a makeshift studio, is it not?
It is.
All right.
Well, this is your first Oktoberfest that you've been to. There's been so many times you and I have talked and you wanted to come down. This is the first time you've been able to make it.
You told me that the one 2 years ago was the monumental one to be at.
It was.
Was it true you had to shower after being frozen to death in place here?
I showered at about 10 o'clock in the morning to warm up and thaw out. It was a cold one that year.
Oh my gosh.
Well, now I know you've got the radar. As far as the forecast goes, they're talking showers off and on throughout the day. Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, pretty much showers off and on throughout today. It's going to taper off as we get a little bit later on this afternoon. We'll start to see those move out, and then by tonight, should be drying off. Now the ground not so much dry, but we will clear out, and when we clear out overnight, the issue is we're going to drop in temperature, and so we'll get down to about 37. But tomorrow, no rain and about 61, so not bad.
You know, as a meteorologist, we hear about that a lot of times, and maybe you can explain that. Why is it at night it seems to, when it clears up in the winter months, it gets so much colder than when it's cloudy at night?
Well, the clouds act like a blanket. You know, they keep the heat in and closer to the surface, and then once that the clouds break up and you get a clear sky, all that heat is allowed to go right back out into outer space, and so we freeze to death.
Well, wanted to ask the question.
Well, absolutely.
Well, we also wanted to give everyone an opportunity to get to know you a little bit. Mike and I, we've known you for a number of years. Even before you were actually a meteorologist, give us a little background. Where'd you grow up, and then how'd you get into this broadcasting thing?
Oh, gosh. All I ever grew up on a farm in Butler County, east of El Dorado, and all I ever wanted to do was radio or weather or radio, or whatever came first, or whoever would give me a job. And today I'm probably going to be on a dunk tank after this. This showed up. But anyway, no, it started out that way, got into radio at 16, and stayed in it ever since. And then at one point thought, you know what, I want to learn more about weather. Went back to school for meteorology and finished that in 2006, and the rest is history. So now here I am to blame.
Now, you know, I look back on those years when you used to have a statewide countdown. It was throughout the state of Kansas, and there'd be times where you'd have to go off and hobnob with the bigwigs, and you'd call me in to sit in for you on your countdown.
That's right, you did.
Yes.
You did. You sat in on the countdown show, and that was back when we had to distribute the show on cassette. Because I remember this because a blank CD at that time in 1993 cost $27 a piece. So times have changed.
Yeah.
Now, are we that old? I think we are. Cassette, I'm sorry.
As far as your broadcasts, you were in Wichita for a while. You broadcast there. You were in Kansas City for a number of years, and like you said, you went back to school, and now you're doing the meteorologist. You're across the nation, in fact, with the storm report, with your programs, your forecasts. In fact, you're going to do some live broadcasts later. San Diego, is that?
It's Sacramento,
Sacramento,
actually. Yeah,
okay.
we do the weather from
Where it's sunny and what today?
76 for the high. I'm sorry. And dry, again, as it is every day, I think. They're begging for rain because they have so many wildfires.
Yeah, and they also have a big drought that's going on in California. Northern
Yeah.
California is really bad this time of year.
It is, and Southern California, it's been like triple-digit heat, and apparently affected the Angels in the baseball play a little bit too much, did it not?
It's okay, though.
Yeah,
Boys
it's
get out of
that's
it.
right. That's right.
You're also no stranger to broadcasting out in miserable weather, so to speak, because you did a thing while you were a broadcaster on some country radio stations where you would actually get up on top of a building and stay there until you raised a certain amount of money. You set a different goal each time.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that experience.
Well, that started in Hutchinson back in 1989, and climbed up on the roof of what was, I believe it was like the Cardin's Electronics building back then. And it turned out to be a joke. Well, and the reason we did it was we wanted to bring attention to raising toys for needy children. And that year the high was 7 below zero.
Oh, wow.
And I remember someone brought up some hot chocolate, and by the time they got it up the ladder, it was a frozen block of brown ice. And so it really didn't matter that they brought the hot chocolate up, but no, it was that sort of started the tradition and did it 21 years
You did it on
afterwards.
a lot of Walmart stores throughout Wichita
Yeah.
for a long time.
That was a lot of fun. It was a good time, and you know, anytime you can do something neat like that and freeze to death at the same time, why not?
Well, it was
Like
great.
today.
You actually got some big name celebrities to join you on a few of them, didn't you?
We did. We had quite a few. I mean, there were different country acts who were big at the time. I mean, from Dierks Bentley to Emerson Drive to gosh, we had Shelley Wright. We had who was Chris Cagle. We even had as well too. And Chris actually slept on the roof the whole time. And yeah, it was a frigid night.
Well, as we go along this morning, as far as the forecast goes, as Dan said, showers throughout the day, off and on, so hopefully you get an opportunity. Just grab your temperature's not bad, really.
You see a lot of people walking around with umbrellas down here having a good time already.
Put your boots on and get your umbrella, come down and enjoy Oktoberfest today. And like we said earlier, there's no walking school bus for Laughlin Elementary. Any other changes, any other announcements, continue to listen to this program right here, and we'll try and pass those along to you if anything does change.
And
throughout the day.
if they're watching Channel 14 right now, the radar is on the screen. Dan's showing his radar.
I'm sorry that we can't show you this on radar, but notice the bright reds and yellows here if you're watching on TV right now, and you'll see that, oh, there we are, haze right there in the midst of it all. So, yeah, and more heavier rain in Russell right now.
All right.
I kind of noticed that this morning down over the Russell and the Wilson Lake area. A lot of it is sitting over there today. It's pretty intense in that area.
Just to the south of there right now seems to be some of the heavier rainfall.
Now, what about as far as the rest of the weekend? A lot more activities coming up tomorrow with homecoming for Fort Hays State University.
Well, yeah, it's going to be obviously wet from the rainfall that we've had today, but by about 6, 7 o'clock tonight, we're expecting the showers to come to an end. Tomorrow, not expecting any rainfall. About 61 or so for the high, and then what happens after that? Well, we have another storm that's going to be coming in from the west, and we have more rain and thunderstorms likely Sunday and Sunday night.
Okay, as we continue to broadcast live, we're going to take a quick break here. We've got our Hayes Senior Center Minute on the way. We'll take a look at the menu items. It's brought to you by Finn Financial, also Home Steel Siding, the Ellis Good Samaritan Center, and Big Creek Floral and Gifts. We'll do that. We'll also have our storm report with meteorologist Dan Holiday as we continue with the Eagle Morning Show from Oktoberfest 2014. Welcome back as we continue to broadcast on location this morning from Oktoberfest. We are on the grounds, Frontier Park. Oktoberfest taking place later today. Opening ceremonies will be about 11 o'clock. And Mike Cooper, actually, who will be here a little bit later on this morning to join us from this broadcast, will be the Master of Ceremonies again this year. They've got something new with the bell opening ceremonies. Yeah, they've always done the opening ceremonies, the tapping of the keg, that gets things started, but now they're adding the ringing of the bells.
Yep. In fact, we're in the shelter house that is on the south side of the dike. We're kind of facing north right now if you're watching us on TV. But right behind us, just to the south of us, there's a tent with the Ellis County Historical Society, and they are selling the bells. They'll be selling the bells throughout the day out there. So if you'd like to buy one of those bells, the tradition's going to start today, and what happens is they'll start ringing those bells when the keg is tapped today.
And as meteorologist Dan Holiday said, showers off and on, but get an opportunity to grab the umbrella and come down and grab something good to eat. If anything does change, any announcements, we'll make those as we go along. We've already talked to some of the members of the Vogel German Society here this morning, and they are working very, very hard. It is amazing just getting to know some of the individuals involved with that, how much work goes into that. You, in fact, know quite a bit about the history of the Oktoberfest. Didn't you do something for your master's?
Yeah, I did a history of that for my master's degree, but that was so long ago I can't remember the whole thing. But you know what? It goes back a long ways. I remember some of the Oktoberfest when I was a little kid. We would go down to, I remember the first year it was here, we'd sit over by the armory on the fence.
First year, was that 72?
I can't remember when it was. It was a long time ago. It's which one? 42nd annual?
Or 43rd.
43rd annual?
43rd.
Math is hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
43rd. So, I was a little kid, we'd sit over here, and they had a lot of things for little kids, and kids were running everywhere down here when I was a kid. It was just, it was a different kind of atmosphere at that time, but it was a lot of fun, and I remember those years, and it's changed quite a bit.
It's one of the nice things about the addition to the Ellis County Historical Society being a part of this. They can show a lot of the kids some of that heritage, some of the things from the past, and keep that tradition and that information available to those kids.
It was actually the first year happened up on Main Street. It was like around 10th and 11th and Main's where it happened up there as kind of a promotion to try to get people to come downtown and also learn some of the old traditions like churning butter and all of that. That was some of the early traditions on the very first year.
Now, as we continue here this morning, next hour we're going to have some folks join us. We want to thank Gary Shoran and Dan Holiday for joining us this hour. Dan will be back a little bit later on. Gary might be back to join us as well. But Kent Stewart from Fort Hays State University, University Relations, will be in shortly, around 8:20, somewhere in there. And then Gina Anderson from NAMI will be back joining us. We've talked to her a couple of times this week as we've been talking about NAMI throughout the week here on this program. And Tammy Welbrock is scheduled to join us later on in the 8 o'clock hour. So all of that's still ahead. Before we wrap up the hour, tell us this onion ring story.
Well, you like onion rings, don't you?
I love onion rings.
Well, this one is in New Mexico. A New Mexico man is suing Burger King after he says the manager attacked him for complaining about cold onion rings. KRQE TV reports that a lawsuit has been filed in the state district court, and Robert Diap was assaulted in June of 2013 when he told the manager at that Burger King that his onion rings were cold. Well, he says that the manager then jumped over the counter with a stun gun and stunned him and had a knife on him. So
that's a rough.
Yeah, it was. They've asked Burger King about it, but Burger King's the company says they don't comment on pending litigation. I would assume that manager is no longer working there. That's my assumption.
Is that standard issue to have a stun gun?
This one's for you.
Stun gun and mini blade.
That's going to wrap up
Rough neighborhood.
This hour from Oktoberfest in downtown Hays. Again, we've got our guests in next hour. We certainly hope you'll stick with us and join us. We've got news on the way right around 8:15, sports with Gerard Welbrock. All of that ahead on KEYS and Eagle Community Television Channel 14 and HaysPost.com. And welcome back, hour number 2 of the Eagle Morning Shows. We are broadcasting live today from Oktoberfest. Everything's still going on down here. We've got a little rain this morning, but people setting up, getting ready for Oktoberfest.
Looking over at you now, you went back for reinforcement. Can you start talking in the Elmer Fudd voice?
Be very quiet.
You've got, how many coats do you have on?
I get cold very easy. I'm delicate. Just move on.
And how many hats do you
I
have
think
on?
I look good. I've got 2 hats and 3 coats on. I don't like to be cold.
Oh my goodness.
I came prepared
Are
last
you
time.
warm?
Yeah. I'm pretty good.
How many shoes do you have on?
I have my hunting socks on.
I'm surprised
I
you
have
don't-
long johns on.
You know, though, it was funny. We were cleaning out some stuff last week, and my wife found these socks that I had from a long, long time ago. They were wool socks, and they had these metal strips that ran through them, and they're battery operated to keep your feet warm. I should have thought about that this morning.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I need some of those. As we continue to broadcast this hour, though, from Oktoberfest, everything still going on, all of the activities.
yeah.
If you want to find out what's going on this weekend with the homecoming activities, you can go to goforthaysstate.com/homecoming 2014. Oktoberfest, everything still taking place. It's going to be fun. Might be a little wet off and on, but grab the umbrella and your boots and your 3 coats, like me, here for this morning. But, temperatures, not too bad.
No, I think Dan said, what's the high, Dan, going to be today, 49?
I'm sorry, it's 49 now.
It's 49 now.
Gone down a degree.
He's gone down a degree. Now, I'm going to tell everybody that down here, there are so many people down here setting up right now and getting ready for the day, and the activity's starting to pick up down here now that it's getting lighter out. But we've got sidewalks down here, and you think about this park, the ground has been packed down for years down here. They've got rock down, so it's not muddy. I will tell you that. I don't have any muddy conditions in. Well, I mean, some areas might be, but I'm saying that some of the main areas where you can go, I'm not seeing.
I think it'll be fine as they go along today, and so hopefully you can get out and join us. As we're going to continue until about noon, opening ceremonies today at 11, and they've got the new tradition of the ringing of the bells, so we'll get to be a part of that, hear that today.
When will we get our bells?
Well, I think they're right behind us.
Yeah, they
aren't
are.
You can get commemorative bells, as well as the mugs that a lot of people have collected over the years. And so that'll be taking place at 11 o'clock. Then they'll tap the keg, they'll ring the bells, they'll get things started. You can come down for lunch, get you something good to eat, get you something to drink and go through. They've got some wonderful entertainment planned for today. Frankie Worth, which a lot of people know. Frankie does a great job of Elvis impersonating, I guess is what you'd call it.
Yeah.
But he performs as Elvis, very talented. And that'll be going on. Paramount will be playing a little bit later on this afternoon.
People love them too.
Yeah, a lot of polka music will, of course, be going on throughout the day. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Downtown Hayes, we are here until noon through the opening ceremonies. Following the opening ceremonies, Mike Cooper this morning will get a chance to talk to Dr. Mirta Martin, the new president of Fort Hays State University, and get her take on the weekend and the activities and the homecoming celebration. So join us, stick with us, and join us a little bit later on today for that interview. We are on KEYS. We're on HayesPost.com. If you know people that are not in the area and they'd like to see and listen,
Be a part of it.
what's going on, sure. They can watch online and also on Eagle Community Television Channel 14 this morning. And I hope on TV, if they're watching, I look good in all my coats.
You look fine. You look good.
All right, that's the most important thing.
Annie says you look beautiful.
That's important. That's important to look beautiful. We've got sports on the way. Gerard Wellbrock will be in with a look at sports for us this morning as we get set for Friday night of high school football, and he'll take a look at that. Also, the Royals start play tonight. So we've got that.
And I talked to Dan about that a moment ago, and he said there's actually a chance for some rain for that Baltimore game tonight in Baltimore.
Are you headed there later today, Dan?
I'm on my way.
But one of the things that Dan and I talked about earlier this morning was high school football, and some people worried about that. But the way he talked, the rain should be over by the time football starts
It'll
tonight.
actually be perfect football weather for tonight.
Yep.
Whatever game you might be headed to. We also want to thank sponsors. We gave away the Lamatos Pizza and the oil and filter change on this this program yesterday. We usually do that on Friday. Went ahead and did it yesterday because we knew we would be done. We would be
Well,
here.
the ping pong balls, we didn't want to bring them down.
We want to bring the ping pong balls for the drawing, but we want to thank Auto World Used Cars, Western Kansas, largest volume used car dealer. Financing rates as low as 1.99%, over 300 units in stock. They've got cars, trucks, SUVs, and vans, no matter what you're looking for. They've got it. If they don't, they'll find it for you. You can buy a car on your credit card. They're open 7 days a week. They'll get you the Carfax, the vehicle history reports. Shop online. You can get the Carfax information on there as well. You can follow them on Facebook and Twitter. Talk with Jeff, Doug, Roger, Joe, and Dustin at Auto World Used Cars, 722 East 8th in Hayes, and also thanks to Lamato's Pizza. Again, the website for the homecoming activities, goforthaystate.com/homecoming 2014. They've got a full list of everything going on, all of the activities taking place in downtown Hayes with Oktoberfest. Looking forward to that today, and we're going to take a quick break.
Okay.
Gerard will be in with sports, and then we'll be back, get a chance to talk to Kent Stewart from Fort Hays State University, and also we'll talk to Gina Anderson with NAMI here on the Eagle Morning Show from Oktoberfest. Broadcasting from downtown Hayes, it is Boomer and Mike. We've got some guests joining us here in the park this morning. As Mike said a little earlier, this is a happening little place. Everybody get ready.
It is
to
a
go.
happening place out here. In fact, if you're watching on Channel 14, we've had some people say, you know, the audio's there and then it goes away. Well, what's happening is we're just putting, when we're talking, that's when you'll see us on Channel 14. And there isn't any audio any other times on Channel 14 this morning.
So you have 3 opportunities to join us, or 4 actually. I mean, you can come down and join us in person, which we hope you'll come down and join us for Oktoberfest today, as things will get underway. Opening ceremonies start up at 11 o'clock, and then the tapping of the cake about 11:30, right?
Yeah.
So
we may be pulling an optional thing here at 11 o'clock or so this morning. Kind of worried about the camera and stuff being and our equipment to stream it over the air to be out in that rain. So we may just have the audio only on Channel 14, and may have just like a slate up or something like that. But on Channel 8 it'll be the same type thing.
that'll continue as we get set for Oktoberfest today through noon, because we will have the audio for sure from the opening ceremonies.
And I do invite everybody down here because these guys down here, all these booths are being set up down here already, and we've had some people down here smoking food since 5 a.m. this morning. So there's a lot of food down here. So it's going to be a great time down here, and people are setting up their booths, coming and going. I mean, people come out, they set up the booth, and they leave, go get more, and they keep coming back with coolers. Now, coolers and coolers of food that are coming down here.
It's always, the food is always incredible at Oktoberfest, so come down for lunch, however you can get down here and enjoy yourself, take part in it. A lot of hard work goes into this, depending on, showers off and on, entertainment, who will get to play, but I know you're going to enjoy yourself if you come out and join us for Oktoberfest. Gina Anderson is actually joining us this morning. We've had a couple of opportunities this week to get to meet Gina. She is the vice president with NAMI. And Gina, welcome back. Thanks for coming down to the park.
Yeah, it's
And
good
you
to be
get a
here.
Golden Friday hat on.
Oh yeah,
It's good.
Once a tiger, always a tiger.
You have some of these buttons here.
I
We
just
need
put it on.
You did. Okay, good. Well, make sure you get one of our buttons here today.
Now, Gina, we've been talking with you and other individuals throughout the week about mental illness awareness and some of the things that are out there, the education, the support groups, and how people can educate themselves. The different resources that are out there. NAMI is just one of the groups. It's a support group. It's through the Center for Life Experiences. There is one on the Fort Hays State University campus. There's also one through the Center for Life Experiences, which is housed in the Presbyterian Church. Just real briefly, kind of a synopsis once again, as we've introduced this to people throughout the week, but what exactly does NAMI do?
NAMI is a grassroots organization that educates, advocates, and supports family and people that have a brain disorder. That's what they're calling it now, because it's really when your brain quits functioning, certain neurons quit working. And so as people suffer from that, them and their family members are looking for ways to answer those questions that, like, what did I do wrong, or is it genetic, or is it this, or is it that? And NAMI hopes to educate people on that and offer support and give people another alternative to not just with counseling and professional help. This is a non-professional.
We've also talked throughout the week how it does affect the family, the individuals across the board, and there's different elements. We've talked about anxiety disorders. We've talked about depression. The one thing that we're going to talk about today, pretty heavy and serious topic, but it needs to be addressed, and I think it's kind of in the forefront because of the recent loss of Robin Williams to suicide. He battled depression, and I think a lot of families are touched by this. Just myself, I was thinking yesterday, talking to my wife about visiting with you today. I've had a couple of experiences in my family of suicide attempts and, unfortunately, a suicide of a family member. And so, it's unfortunate, but it happens. It's out there.
Yeah. One of the facts is, and I'm going to go through some myths and some facts on suicide, and creativity, depression, and suicide have long been linked for people who suffer from mental illness. Depression affected such great minds as Charles Dickens, John Keats, Tennessee Williams, and of course Robin Williams. Let's get, some of the famous writers who've committed suicide include Ernest Hemingway, Sylvia Plath, David Foster Wallace, and so because of media, we know more about it, and so that's one of the reasons I wanted to bring it out today. Depression is not always the cause of suicide, and that's a myth. People think that you have to be depressed. Another myth in suicide is that you're a weak person, and it's really just the opposite. Usually, people who attempt or even complete suicide are people who have held it together for too long. They haven't gotten the release that they needed. Maybe it's just that final straw that broke the camel's back. That's a real fact of it. One of the myths out today is suicide is more common than in the past, and one of the reasons that's a myth is the only reason that it is because in the past we didn't have the education, we didn't have the media to tell us who did what, and people didn't talk about it. And when you don't talk about such things, then it's a taboo subject, and it's one of the things that I suffer from. I have suicidal ideation, and I've had it since childhood, and I can go a long time, and then just all of a sudden I'm down in that slope again. And so, understanding it and understanding that it's not the person. The person isn't bad. The person isn't weak. The person is tired. The person is overwhelmed. One of the things that we can do is listen, and listen non-judgmentally. That's the most important thing. One of the things that we do wrong in when we're dealing with suicide is we try to guilt the person. Well, do you think about what's happening to me? What will I go through? And I can tell you, as one who deals with suicidal ideation from time to time in my life, that by the time I hit that, I don't care what's happening to you. And that's a real sad thing, but I don't. And people with suicide, that's where they are. They are at their last straw.
Yeah, I think it's a place where, those considerations, those concerns just aren't entering into your mind. Now,
No.
I do want to, for everybody, say that there is an upside to this, because it is a heavy, serious topic to discuss.
Yeah.
The upside is, and the reason we're talking about it is with Mental Illness Awareness Week, we get the opportunity to find out what's available from treatment to support groups to help individuals.
Right, and one of the things I would say is, number one, NAMI is a good place to start. The Center for Life Experience has HALOs, which is a group for people who have had family members or friends who have died from suicide. Our local CRO offers classes on how to help people deal with their emotional problems, and there's many resources out there like High Plains Mental Health Center, Turning Point, the Kelly Center. There is widespread help. It is not as taboo as it used to be.
We're talking to Gina Anderson this morning, who is the Vice President with NAMI. It's Mental Illness Awareness Week. We've been talking throughout the week, and I hate to do this to you, but with time running out, closing comments as far as with suicide and seeking that help for not only the individuals that might be dealing with depression or whatever the case, and the family members as well.
Yeah, I think probably the biggest thing is to be emotionally supportive and listen without judgment. That is the biggest thing. And seek help. There's lots of help out there. And the last thing I'm going to close with is the suicide hotline. The number is 1-800-273-TALK. Again, the suicide hotline number is 1-800-273-TALK.
All right, that's Gina Anderson joining us this morning. Eagle Morning Show on location. Gina, thanks so much. We're making this special trip down here. We're going to take a break. We've got your lunch bunch specials on the way, and then we're back with Kent Stewart here on the Eagle Morning Show from Oktoberfest 2014.
All right.
so you take care
Well,
of
good morning.
Facebook and
We are back once again, broadcasting on location with the Eagle Morning Show, and we're going to be here until about noon today. Opening ceremonies at 11 for Oktoberfest. Mike Cooper will be joining us here on the program a little bit later on, about 10 o'clock. We've got the AD's Corner with Gerard Wellbrock and Fort Hays State University Athletic Director Curtis Hammocky in next hour. Be visiting with Curtis, and then on 11 o'clock, the opening ceremonies, 11:30, tapping of the keg, ringing of the bells, new tradition. And we get an opportunity right now to talk to Kent Stewart from Fort Hays State University, University Relations. Good morning, Kent. How are you?
Good morning, Scott. How are you doing?
Getting to be a tradition for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
We appreciate it so much that you come down no matter what the weather. Join us, as this is the third year that we've done this?
Yeah.
So,
Third year we've done it broadcasting down here.
Well, we're going to talk a little bit with Kent here in just a moment. Want to let you know that throughout the day, showers, we're going to talk to Dan Holiday once again, too, our meteorologist. He's checking out the grounds.
Yeah, he's walking around.
Once he gets back, we'll get him back on the air with us. But showers throughout the day, off and on today. Colder, temperature hanging out around 50 throughout most of the day. Clouds then tonight, 20% chance of showers, but Dan's talking that should kind of taper off tonight for the high school football action. So perfect football weather tonight. Tomorrow, sunshine's going to come out, and it'll be a little bit warmer, low 60s for a high tomorrow. Saturday night, clear, low 45, and Sunday mostly cloudy, 40% chance for some more showers, but temperatures in the mid-60s. So that's what we've got for our weekend weather forecast. Mike, I'll turn it over to you and Kent.
Turn over to me. I'm going to talk to Kent a little bit about this weekend. I know that this Oktoberfest is kind of a cool part of homecoming festivities, but it's just a small part of it because there's so many things that do happen. I know that they didn't have the bonfire last night. They did have a pep rally. Did you have a chance to attend that at Beach Schmidt?
I was not there.
Well, did you guys? I guess you didn't have a city commission meeting last night.
No, we didn't.
No quorum there either.
Right.
So, but I heard the turnout was good there last night, and they had some T-shirts they were giving away too. So it was a good event. But there's a lot of great events that happen all weekend. I know one of the events that I'm going to tomorrow morning. We're going to do the alumni run, the 5K run. Close to 100 people have already signed up for that, so that's neat. But I've got to hurry up and finish up and get showered, and then you and I are going to be over at another. I guess ribbon cutting tomorrow morning. What about 10:30?
Yeah, that's right. 10:30 is when we're going to dedicate Hammond Hall and the Dole Sisters lobby. And of course, homecoming has, as you said, many, many events, and people think, I believe, traditionally of the parade and the football game, but I would say that this year that dedication is probably just about as big a thing. We have two, we call them shining lights in the Kansas firmament, Ed Hammond and Bob Dole, and we want to honor them and the Dole family, namely his two sisters.
Right.
So it'll be a good event.
So that's coming up tomorrow morning at 10:30, and everybody's welcome to come out for that. And then everybody's gearing up for the parade tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock. Should be a good time there. I know I'll be the MC there. I think Bob Lowen will be my co-host for that, so we'll be doing that tomorrow. And then there's so many things. There's reunions that are all over, and just a lot of events that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. You just mentioned the weather. I guess listening to you earlier, Dan's out looking for a frozen cup of hot chocolate right now.
Did you have one for him?
But this is fall, and tomorrow the weather really ought to be pretty nice. A sweater, a sweatshirt, that kind of thing, and people should be comfortable. It should be a great day.
I'm really looking forward to the football game tomorrow because two pretty evenly matched teams, and it should be a really good homecoming game tomorrow. Hope we have a great turnout on the crowd, too.
Yes, under Chris's leadership, our football team has been getting incrementally better each year, and of course the big win a couple weeks ago at Pittsburgh really has all of our hopes up, and like you say, it should be a great game.
Anything else that you guys have that you're working on? Oh, wait, I know what it was I was going to bring up. That big money announcement yesterday at the foundation. That was really nice to see, wasn't it?
Don and Chris Bickle stepped up again. They've done so many great things in our community and for the university, and they gave $1 million to the Howard One Scholarship Campaign, and as Dr. Hammond said yesterday, he couldn't think of anything more appropriate for his last fundraising venture at the university, but to raise money for students. They pointed out that unlike Division I, our student athletes do not get full-ride scholarships. So a lot of them have to work part-time jobs, but in addition to that, they have practice, they have homework, they have classes, So this will really be a big help to our student athletes.
Yeah, I know Curtis Hammocky was happy and had some great comments about that. He may say some more about that this morning as he's with Gerard from 9 to 10 here on the Eagle Morning Show.
Yeah, also, it's so impressive. We talked a little bit about this, but the new Hammond Hall of the Dole Sisters lobby, and then the Grand Marshal of the parade is Bob Dole tomorrow.
That's right.
That's so amazing, and to have him come back to the area, join us for the celebration, being from this area, and it kind of begins another tour of Northwest Kansas.
Right, and his wife is supposed to be with him.
Oh,
And
great.
of course, Liz Dole is quite an accomplished person in her own right, and a member of the president's cabinet in a couple different positions in years past, and a candidate for president. And
She ran the Red Cross for many years as well.
right, yeah, impressive lady.
Well, it's going to be a big, big weekend as always. Do you have, I know you've been a part of this for a number of years, do you have a favorite part of homecoming? I mean, you try and attend
I'm going to ask you if he has a favorite food maybe here at the Octoberfest. Yeah.
I mean, for me, I love the game because the crowd's always good. There's an electricity to it because it's a homecoming game. As Mike said, tomorrow's game should be outstanding with the two teams. Fort Hays, this is a great group of football players this year. They work very, very hard for Coach
Right.
Brown. And so that's my favorite part, but you're involved in so many different things, and over the years, do you have kind of a favorite part?
Well, I got to pick up immediately on what you said about the character of the football
Yes.
team and the leadership of Chris and his assistant coaches, but we did the ice bucket challenge en masse.
Yes.
About nearly 150 people, and that was just great, the way everybody pitched in. It actually takes some organization to fill 150 buckets full of ice and water, and the coaches and the players were all pitching in and helping us get that thing put together. As far as favorite parts, here at Oktoberfest, I guess my two favorite things, you mentioned food. The brats, I would say, are my favorite.
yeah.
But the favorite part, probably both Oktoberfest and homecoming, is the way people come back to Hayes and you get to visit with old friends that maybe you haven't seen in quite a while. So that'd probably be my favorite part.
It certainly is. If you are alumni or associated with Fort Hays State University in any way, it's a proud moment when everybody comes back and you start talking about those memories and how proud you are to be a Tiger alum, so to speak, if you are an alum, or just how important it is to this community to have the university here. So as always, we thank you for joining us. No matter what the weather is, you come down and visit with us, and we thank you for that.
Well, I'm impressed by the two of you being down here at your post in spite of the dampness and the coolness, but the wet is kind of a problem, but other than that, it'll be a great day.
Yeah, and you can work around that, like we said. Just grab the umbrella and your boots and come on down, because it'll still well be worth coming down to enjoy the Oktoberfest celebration. We have got, I'm starting to get even colder now. I'm going to have to put my hat back on. Tammy Wellbrook, the Executive Director of the Hayes Area Chamber of Commerce, is going to join us here on the program. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with Tammy here on KEYS Radio and Eagle Community Television Channel 14 and HayesPost.com. Welcome back as we continue to broadcast from downtown Hayes. It is Boomer, Mike Kerner, and we're joined by Tammy Welbrock, Executive Director of the Hayes Area Chamber of Commerce, as we continue with our on location at Oktoberfest this morning. Hi, Tammy. How are you?
Good morning. I put on sunscreen, just make sure I didn't get a sunburn today.
Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flip-flops.
You know, you, if I remember correctly, you joined us 2 years ago. You were here last year too, but 2 years ago is when we first started the long broadcast.
Yes.
Starting out for Oktoberfest, and it was even a little cooler than this.
This is a balmy day compared to that day. That was awful. So you know what? We survived that year. We'll survive this year.
Now, I know the chamber, members of the chamber involved with activities down here today. Tell us a little bit about what's going on with you guys.
You know, as many people know, there are numerous booths across the park, and those are a mix of campus groups as well as many nonprofit and crafters. The chamber is one of the nonprofits that is certainly utilizing this opportunity to raise funds for our efforts, and we will be in the booth that serves the Coors beer.
Okay.
And so, but you know, in addition, we do all sorts of helping throughout the year in terms of promotion, and I sit on the planning committee along with the Volga German Society and the Ellis County Historical Society representatives and other representatives from Fort Hayes and just general community members. And so it's very fun, exciting to be a part of different aspects of the planning details.
Now, do you get to the rest of your weekend? I know you're going to be busy here today. Some of the things I'm sure you'll probably take in the game tomorrow, but some of the other things with homecoming activities that you'll try and be a part of.
Yes, because tomorrow we actually are having at 10:30 I'm going to call it a ribbon cutting, but it may not be an actual cutting of such ribbon, but we will be celebrating the dedication of Hammond Hall, as well as the dedication of Dole Sisters Lobby.
Yep.
There in Hammond Hall. And so that will take place at 10:30, and then of course sometime in between that and the parade and the game, I need to bake a birthday cake for my husband who has a birthday. You know, his parents were just not thinking ahead there. Football
So
season.
you're going to actually bake the cake?
Okay, I need to go someplace and buy a baked cake.
I was going to say, just, you know.
Okay, don't tell
take it out of the
anybody.
package and they'll never know that
You may have brownies.
It's okay. I'd be happy with that.
Well, happy birthday to Gerard. Your husband, Gerard Welbrock, will be joining us next hour along with Curtis Hammocky, as we'll have an AD's Corner today. Chance to talk with Curtis and talk a little bit about the fall sports, as we're getting well into fall, as we can tell with
Yes.
the weather. And basketball and wrestling and all of that will be kicking off here before long. So plenty to talk about with that. Other things, we were talking to Kit Stewart about, homecoming, Oktoberfest. You're a Fort Hays State University alum. Your favorite part of the whole weekend?
You know, to me, what is so magical is the fact that there are those close friends that you continue to stay in touch with, and of course with Facebook and other social media, it's easier these days, but there's just something wonderful about stepping out into this park or at the game tomorrow, or the parade, and seeing somebody that you went to college with, and you don't necessarily, you still enjoy seeing, but you don't keep in touch with.
Right.
And that to me is my favorite part.
Yeah, that is a great part of it. You probably don't have this problem, but then the more we hang around, the more stories come out, and you start to hear some of those stories that you've tried to forget.
Or I just simply forget who it is that I'm talking to.
And well, one of the things, there were some years where you had trouble making it down here because you've been kind of busy with stuff, but you always try to get down here for one particular item every year, don't you? You always get those
Cookies.
Yeah, I
You
know.
have too good of a memory there. Spitzbuben.
See, I had trouble with the word this morning because I was trying to remember what you always came down here for.
I tried not to get a lot of slobber on your microphone, so no, Spitzbuben cookies are the best. I have not even tried to attempt to make them because I let the experts make those cookies, and they are delicious.
Well, you certainly have a chance today to enjoy some of those and other great food here at the park in downtown Hayes for Oktoberfest. Tammy, as always, thank you for joining
Well,
us.
thank you for having me.
10:30
Enjoy your
tomorrow
day. Yep.
for the ribbon cutting, so
Yes.
to speak,
And-
on campus.
And many people may not realize that Hammond Hall is what we were calling the Center for Network Learning. It's the newest building on campus. You can't miss it. So.
All right, we'll get out and join them for that tomorrow and all of the other activities going on with Oktoberfest and Homecoming. Again, if you want a list of activities, you can go to goforthaysstate.com/homecoming 2014. We'll take a break, and we'll be back with more from downtown Hayes at Oktoberfest 2014. All right, welcome back. We are continuing to broadcast. Going to wrap up this hour. We've got the AD's Corner coming up next hour with Gerard Wellbrow and Curtis Hammocky. 8:52, it's Wilmer and Mike, and joining us now, Melissa Dixon with Fort Hays State University. Good morning, Melissa.
Good morning.
You are with University Relations. You work with Kent Stewart, and you're actually a newbie, so to speak. This is
Yes.
your first Oktoberfest.
First Oktoberfest. I'm new to Hays.
So you just came in the fall for the new school year?
Summer.
Summer, okay. So you've been here since summer. Tell us a little bit about your background. You're from Mississippi,
That's right.
and your education. How did you end up here in Hays, Kansas?
Well, I follow my husband wherever he goes, and he got hired here as the new chair of geosciences.
Okay.
And so when I started looking for a job, I found social media coordinator was up for hire at University Relations, and that was a big part of what I did at my graphic design studio in Mississippi, so it was a perfect fit.
Now, with University Relations, you get to be a part of all of these events, and there's so many activities going on this weekend. We can't ask you yet what your favorite one is, and I think you'll be pleasantly surprised, even with the weather being what it is, the Oktoberfest celebration, the heritage here in Hays. We were talking before we went on the air, you guys celebrated Oktoberfest, but it was just at a friend's house.
It was a small scale.
This is quite a real deal, I would think. As real as you can get in this part of the country.
Its reputation has preceded itself. We are very excited, and I don't think the rain's not going to stop us.
No.
We've got family coming into town for this, all the way from Mississippi, and we can't wait to show them around.
You know, you have this Oktoberfest that's coming up today, and before the Oktoberfest came, I'm sure leading up to it, people know, okay, she's from Mississippi, we've got to tell her about it. And I'm sure a lot of people have told you about Oktoberfest. What's some of the stories or what's some of the things they tell you about, with this whole festivity?
They say where to take your kids, where not to take your kids, what to eat. I'm super excited about my first beer-ot, and my husband is a home brewer, so we're really excited about having some samples.
You mentioned Bureau. Have you had green bean dumpling soup since you've been here?
No,
Oh, you got to try that.
can't wait.
Green bean dumpling soup. That leads me to this question. You know, moving from Mississippi to a community like Hays, I'm sure there's lots of similarities to communities its size in Mississippi. But you know, what surprised you, or what do you like about the community since you've been here?
Surprised by how welcoming everyone is to an outsider.
Little Southern hospitality. Even
It
up
is.
farther
It really
north.
is. I'm super excited about the history of the community and learning about, the German heritage. I was pumped when I saw the German section in the grocery store.
You're kind of learning this, having this new experience along with Dr. Amirta Martin today, too, because it's her first one as well.
That's
So
right. That's
you guys
right.
both experience it together.
Yeah, I'm going to try to
Something
meet
new.
up with her and see what she's doing, too. Share it with you guys on social media.
Okay.
Well, we are so excited to have you joining us here this morning, and we appreciate it very, very much. We hope you get to enjoy yourself today,
I will. Thank you.
and then headed out to the game tomorrow.
Yes.
That should be a good game.
Yeah.
So, great crowd. Again, Melissa Dixon. We're talking with Melissa from Fort Hays State University and the University Relations, and that's going to just about wrap things up. We're getting close to the top of the
Yeah, we
hour.
are.
We want to let everybody know everything's still going on as planned. It's going to be a great day. Might be a little damp, but that's not going to dampen the fun. We will have all of the food down here, opening ceremonies at 11 o'clock, 11:30 tapping of the keg, and then fun throughout the day. We do want to remind you next hour that we've got Gerard Wellbrock in with Curtis Hammocky. Looks like we've got some Fort Hays State students, some athletes here as well. So we'll see what all is going to take place next hour. Mike Cooper and Becky Kaiser will be taking over at 10 o'clock, and they'll have guests joining them as well. And then Mike will have his responsibilities as Master of Ceremonies for the opening ceremonies this morning, and we'll be broadcasting those as well. Now, any decision as far as, is it going to depend on how rainy it is?
It's going to depend on how rainy it is, if we can make that happen with the camera over in front of the stage for the tapping the keg at 11 o'clock. But if not, we'll still try to somehow have the audio for everybody.
Yeah, everything is still going to take place. We may or may not be able to have a camera over there due to whether it's raining or not, but everything will be going on. We'll certainly have the audio, so if you can't make it down here, you can take that in and join us for that here on KEYS, on HaysPost.com, and also on Channel 14.
Right, and if we lose our video signals because of the rain down here for Channel 14, you can always go over to Channel 8 and listen to the audio. We'll have that throughout the day.
And with activities, we mentioned the game tomorrow. It is Fort Hays State and Missouri Western. They've got the parade. You're going to take part in the 5K run walk, right?
Yeah, I'll do that tomorrow morning, and since I'm on the alumni board, I'll also give out some awards after that's finished up tomorrow. Then I'll run home and get my quick shower. People don't want to smell me at that at that ribbon cutting at the new Hammond Hall. So I'll go over there for that at 10:30, and then as soon as that's done, I'll try to rush over because we've got a new collaboration that we're doing tomorrow with Fort Hays State University, Eagle Communications. The INT department and I will be getting together, and we'll be doing the parade on Channel 14. We'll also be streaming it on Hays Post. So if there's people out there that maybe don't have a chance to come back to Hays this weekend and watch it, they can watch the parade on Hays Post, or they can watch it back live on Channel 14. And we'll also be recording it to play it back next week for people on our cable system that want to watch it. So it's kind of a new thing. We weren't able to do that up until this point, broadcast live, but this is going to be the first time we've done it. And Fort Hays has got some great new equipment and mobile truck that they're going to help us out with, and we're just going to it'll be a really good partnership.
So we'll keep our fingers crossed that it all goes smoothly, and we invite you down to join us today. If you want to check out those activities, there is a website, goforthaysState.com/homecoming 2014. You can get a list of those activities, and hopefully you get to take in some of the fun this weekend with Oktoberfest today and Homecoming 2014. We're going to wrap it up from here for this hour. Stick around, though. Gerard Wellbrock, Curtis Hammocky back next hour. We've got news and sports on the way here at KEYS Radio. Thanks for joining us. Lake of Hayes and Ellis, Adams, Brown, Barron, and Ball, Couture for Men and Women, James Motor Company, and by BTI. A little damp this morning, but we are out here, boy, really smelling great at Oktoberfest, and hasn't dampened the spirits anyway, and day 2, I guess, of homecoming weekend. A little damp here, but good to have you on the program, Curtis.
Well, thanks, Gerard. I tell you, this is the 3rd time we've done this. I think we're 2 for 3 on the bad weather. So, but I tell you, it's not that bad out here today. You know, it feels pretty good in here anyway.
Yeah.
And right now, with being in here and with the rain. It's a little soggy, but temperature-wise, doesn't feel too
Yeah,
bad.
not like it was several years ago.
No.
I know we were both underdressed that day. That was brutally cold, so it won't be as bad as that. It'll be a little damp. It'll still be a lot of fun here for Oktoberfest. And it's kind of the day 2 of homecoming activities. I know the alumni golf tournament yesterday had the bonfire and pep rally got switched a little bit because of the weather. Kind of hard to have a bonfire when it's raining, but got it all started yesterday. Really, what a fun weekend.
Yeah, it really is a great weekend. It's one we look forward to every year. Very busy. You kind of lose track of where you're supposed to be all the time. But I tell you, we're very fortunate yesterday. It was a beautiful day. Rain was in the forecast all day, but they had, I think, 40-some teams yesterday for the alumni tournament, which was a great turnout. And we're able to finish just before it started raining. You know, everybody got done, and then it started raining a little bit harder. So that was really fortunate. It was a great day for that, great turnout. And so kind of been dodging the bullets a little bit. And then last night, a nice ad lib, I think, to move over into Sheridan Hall in the Beach Schmidt for the pep rally. And you did a nice job last night with that, and bringing everybody together in one room like that. You can see more of the people that come to it. But yeah, it was unfortunate not to have the bonfire, but that was a good reaction to that, I think, and a good backup plan.
No good start. How did you golf yesterday, bud?
Hey, for me, pretty well. For me, I'm about 50-50 every other time. It just depends. But we had a lot of fun. Got to see some people hadn't seen for a long time. Saw a good buddy, Lenny Mize, who I hadn't seen. Who was a catcher here years ago. I hadn't seen him hardly since we were done playing. So that was really special, and it was a fun day. Gave a couple tours yesterday of the indoor facility, so it's just moving around and showing off the place.
Well, there's always a lot of groups, a lot of people coming back for homecoming weekend. I think that's what makes it so special. I think I heard Ken Stewart earlier in the program. He was asked what's his favorite part, and instead of all the activities, just seeing the people come back. Some you haven't seen since they left, some for years. And I imagine from the athletic department side, with all the changes and the upgrades in the facilities, you're probably very busy giving all of those tours.
It really is. There's a lot of requests for tours, and I think, we do that quite a bit, and it's fun to do. I don't ever get tired of showing those things off, but the indoor facility right now is a topic of discussion for most of the alums who haven't been back for a while. So, I know we're going to have one later this morning. We got one tomorrow with football. Today's gymnastics, and some people just haven't seen these facilities yet.
Well, they're obviously improved. We talk about them all the time, and sometimes taking for granted it's not the right word, but when you've been gone for so long, just even the campus and the community itself has changed so much. And like you said, for some, for 20, 25 years, the reaction's got to be pretty priceless for you.
Yeah, it is. It's really fun to watch the faces. But some of them haven't seen the new science building, for example, which is no longer new. But now you got Hammond Hall going to be dedicated tomorrow, and like I said, the indoor facility, and then the new facilities throughout the campus. And imagine if you hadn't been here for 20 years, there's an awful lot of changes.
Well, this is kind of I wouldn't say rare homecoming, but an interesting one. Very busy weekend. Obviously, all the activities we talked about yesterday, Oktoberfest today, the parade, the football game, all the things that go on into it, the dedication of Hammond Hall. But about every team, I guess minus cross country, is at home this weekend. You had soccer last night. I know the weather affected that a little bit, had to push that start back. Women's soccer tonight, volleyball's at home tonight and tomorrow. It's a really, really busy homecoming weekend.
Yeah, it really is, and you're right, that's rare. It's a true homecoming this year in the fact that everybody is home. You got both soccer and volleyball at home. Tomorrow, on a day when you got a home football game, we've got volleyball, we've got soccer on the same day, so three home events just tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. So, yeah, it's a busy, busy weekend and a lot going on. But it is kind of neat for all the teams to be home for a change so often that they're not here to be a part of the whole festivity.
And of course, it culminates with the football game tomorrow night with Missouri Western, and really looking forward to this game. It's kind of interesting, both the 3-2, both coming off tough losses last Saturday, and really a key game
because postseason is still a reality for both. At least to be in the conversation that this is a key game, and I guess that's all you could ask for. I think it's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow night.
I really do too. I'm looking forward to it, and I think just with the strides our program's taken, a disappointing loss last weekend, but you lose in overtime, and now how do you bounce back from that? It's just another test against a very good football team, but just another measuring stick of where our program actually is. And as we all know, Coach Brown's done a fantastic job and really getting the program moving in the right direction. Had a huge win over Pitt, and then last week was, like I said, disappointing. But once you have a huge win over Pitt, then it starts your expectations start to elevate a little bit, and that's part of the nature of the beast with athletics.
Yeah, kind of the process of learning how to handle all those things. It'll be fun to watch this team as they continue to do that, and I'm excited to see the crowd. I think we'll have a good one, and the students have been great all year. There haven't been a lot of home games yet, but they've come out in full force. Expect them to do the same, and I know Tiger Wild is trying to get really active once again. It's been good to see the student body get involved again.
The student body enthusiasm has been fantastic, and we've seen that like in the first couple of games. We've seen a great student turnout, and we're expecting a big crowd tomorrow night. And I think weather's going to be perfect for that tomorrow once we can get through today.
Yeah.
So, but it should be a great day. I think it'll be a nice day for the parade tomorrow afternoon, and then tomorrow night should be just great football weather, and put on one extra layer of clothes and you'll be ready to go.
Well, it's going to be football weather. It's October, and this is kind of what you expect a little bit. We've been spoiled with unseasonably warm falls here the last couple of years. With Oktoberfest today, we've seen a few of the student athletes out and about helping out with different things. I know some of the elementary kids will come and learn some of the Volga German heritage. Really neat to get those folks involved in these activities today.
Again, we've talked so often about the different things service-wise, in the community and the engagement and stuff, but it's always really good for our athletes to be involved in that. It's helpful to the other organization that they're helping, but it's very beneficial for our kids, our athletes, to see what's going on and to help those kids. I think is very much a learning process for our student athletes in the process. So these guys are out. They're going to be out helping give them the tours with the elementary kids today. Last year they did a lot of games with them and things, but I think this year they're going to be just interacting with them and leading them through some of the different exhibits.
Well, and we've talked about this on the program before, and I know every school strives, but at the Division II level, that might be the biggest difference. I mean, that's a lot of it. We talk about the differences in Division I and Division II, and the community engagement and being involved in those activities, I know is a big part of Division II athletics.
Yeah, it really is, and I think, like I said, it's dual service. I think it just really helps both entities, our kids and their kids, whatever they're helping with. But I think the community aspect of it with Division I versus Division II, I think one of the best examples we can give in a community our size is you go to Allen Fieldhouse in KU and they play a basketball game and the game's over. The kids don't get to run out on the court and play. You go to a major college football game, the kids don't get to go out on the field and play afterwards. We're a small enough community. Yes, our facilities are nice, but we did make a conscious decision about that several years ago, that we're small enough to where it's important to let those kids play on our facility. They're not hurting anything. To be able to run out on our field after the game after waiting the whole time and play on the turf for 20, 30 minutes before we shut it down. Same with the basketball court in the Coliseum. That's an example of something with our size of community that we want to be able to provide, I think, and it's just a neat little thing that we can do that you can't do at a bigger level.
I know a 10-year-old who thinks that's his right, and when he goes to another facility and they don't allow that, he's very upset.
I know that same one.
So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's the 80s Corner here on KOIS, talking Fort Hays State Athletics with Athletic Director Curtis Hammocky. We need to take our first break. We'll do that right now. We'll come back with more from Oktoberfest in the 80s Corner here on KOIS. 14 KAYS, Gerard Walbrock, joined by Fort Hays State Athletic Director Curtis Hammocky. We're live on the Oktoberfest grounds. A little soggy, but not bad. Wear a jacket, maybe some boots. You'll be fine. Should not dampen the festivities here as this continues. You like that, huh? Play on word? Yeah, that was even planned. That pun was planned. And we'll be broadcasting all morning here. So. Well, it may have been accidental too. But anyway, it's still going to be a fun day, and we're always glad to have Curtis on the program, and especially always enjoy our time here at Oktoberfest, talking about Fort Hays State athletics. A busy weekend, as we talked about, just virtually everybody in action. Volleyball tonight, women's soccer later tonight as well, men's soccer tomorrow, volleyball tomorrow, of course the football game tomorrow night, women's soccer closing out the weekend at home on Sunday. So a little bit of something for everyone this weekend. I want to ask you about another event yesterday. It really kind of kicked off the entire weekend. Great supporters of Fort Hays State University over the years. Don and Chris Bickle, big donation to the Power of One scholarship fund drive that's been going on for quite a while. Kind of the last big fundraising event for Dr. Ed Hammond, and a generous gift for some great folks yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Don and Chris Bickle, it's gosh, I repeat this over and over, but it's hard to even fathom to me for people to give that type of gift. It's a very humbling experience, but they give a $1 million gift with the lion's share of that going to athletic scholarships, is my understanding, which obviously we're very grateful for.
Right.
And something that's just hard to comprehend. I think there's been a few of those gifts here in the last couple of years. I think between the Stenos and Schmitz, and with the Pawn and Stills doing all their giving, and the generosity is truly overwhelming. So, yeah, that was a great way to start off the weekend, and the Bickles have really stepped forward, and it was amazing to me because Don keeps telling me he's broke now, and that was before he did this. So I'm not sure. I look across the street here. I'm looking over at the indoor facility just as we visit, and think back to his contribution to that, and then to step forward and do this again is just amazing. But it's a great thing for athletics. I mentioned yesterday as we had a little press conference that at the Division II level we work off of equivalencies where people, it's sometimes a myth in comparison to Division I where scholarships are full scholarships. So we work off percentages and break them up. And our best example is football. K-State, for example, has 85 scholarships. Okay, so those are full scholarships. You're either on a scholarship or you're a walk-on there at that level, and they're all full. We at the Division II level, the same amount of players, but you have 36 scholarships, and then you break those up over 90 players or so. So we average 28, 30, 35%. Overall entire department, most of our athletes are on roughly a 28% scholarship on the average. So yeah, we do have some kids on a full ride. We have a lot on 10%, 20%, those type of things. And the reason I bring that up is that when you get a great gift like this, it's going to affect a ton of kids. It's going to affect a lot of kids over a lot of time because there's so many scholarships broken up and given. So it really helps us to be able to do the maximum that we can do as allowed by NCAA rules. That's why we're continually in a quest for more scholarship dollars. That's one thing that we don't ever want to be in a position where we can't honor any commitments that we've made. We can back off other things, but you sure would hate to tell make an agreement with a student athlete and not be able to fulfill that. And so these type of gifts allow us to move forward and continue to grow in our scholarship campaign and really make a difference in the lives of these kids. And I think they're working so much. Some of them trying to keep part-time jobs while they're student athletes and doing these, going to school. So it's very difficult and challenging for them, very busy lives. So the scholarship dollars go a long ways to help in that. And I think it's important and I appreciate the fact that we have some donors in our area, in our community, in our alumni base that understand that.
Well, you sometimes forget, and it's funny you mentioned just this week, see some of the members of the football team working on Monday. It's not a practice day, and at various jobs around town, you kind of forget about that. But they are here to get an education, and the vast majority of them do graduate, a very high percentage, and it really, for some, changes their lives. And we kind of sometimes, you see them on the playing field and all they do in the athletic arena, you forget about that aspect of it, unfortunately, but it is life-changing for some.
At the end of the day, that's what they're here to do. I realize when you're in the midst of it, that doesn't appear to be your focus sometimes for a while, but when the dust settles, they need to have an education when they get out of here, and that's what we're trying to accomplish. You touched on the community service aspect earlier. The academic side of it is what's the most important at the end of the day. But between the service and the academics and the athletic experiences that we get. We think those are the three elements that we want to send an athlete out of here with in preparation for the real world. So we're excited about the way things are set up here at Fort Hays and the experience our kids are getting. So gifts like this, again, going back to that in our thankfulness to the Bickles and others who have continued to donate to us, realizing the long-term effect of such an effort on their part.
Well, we do appreciate that and can't thank them enough. It was neat because they recognized him last night at the pep rally, and
Well,
seeing Don dance to "In Heaven There Is No Beer," it's priceless.
all I wondered when he got on stage was if that was going to happen. I mean, it was only a matter of time.
I had a hunch.
Yeah, and he lived up to the expectation last night. That's no question.
Well, if there's a pep band nearby and Don's in the area, there's a good chance it's going to break out. Don's going to break into dance. That was a lot of fun, and again, we appreciate Don and Chris and their entire family for the great contributions, not just for that, but what they've done, and so many other thankless people you kind of touched on. It really does take a community, and that's what I think ties back what's so neat about homecoming. Some of those folks who have given come back and kind of get to see firsthand what those gifts, whether it is for scholarships, whatever the case, how that has gone and has really helped shape Fort Hays State.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, this community as a whole and the institution, the university, comparatively speaking to many others, has been in a growth state for a number of years now where a lot of people are pulling back, and I think that's a tribute to our support, our private support, because you just can't do that with state dollars.
Yeah, man, you see the enthusiasm of the new president, Dr. Mirta Martin. That makes it a lot of fun. Well, we're going to take another quick break. We'll come back, talk about a few more items on the 80s Corner. Again, we're live at Oktoberfest 2014, smelling good. The food is a-cooking. It may be a little damp, but it will go on, and it should be still a lot of fun, and hope to see a lot of folks out here as the day goes along. It's the 80s Corner, and we're back with more right after this. Brock, 4-Day State Athletic Director Curtis Hammocky. We're live from Oktoberfest 2014. The foods are cooking, smelling great, and certainly look forward to having you down here later on today. We'll be broadcasting live most of the morning until the opening ceremonies, and Mike Cooper, Becky Kaiser, I believe, among the others will be here, so stay tuned throughout the morning here on KAYS. We're talking 4-Day State Athletics with Athletic Director Curtis Hammocky. Talked a little bit about that Power One gift from the Bickles. Another fun event, and I know you've said it, and I agree wholeheartedly. In the athletic world, games obviously are great, but from your perspective as an athletic director, one of the neatest days is Tiger Sports Hall of Fame Saturday. It's coming up in a couple of weeks on the 25th, and wow, what a great class that will be inducted on that day.
Yeah, I got to reiterate that a second. The Hall of Fame event is priceless. I mean, I say it every year, and I mean it every year, is that it's my favorite day of the year from an athletic viewpoint, is the opportunity to recognize some people and remember some people for some things that they've done, in some cases many years ago, and to watch the emotion at that event, what it means to people, and each year, truly the emotion's amazing, but each year I leave there thinking, man, there should be a way we can make more people feel like this. There's so many people, you know, we're hitting the tip of the iceberg in recognition of someone's athletic career or contributor career, whatever it is that we're recognizing them for, and it just makes you realize how important it is to people to be remembered, to be or to be noticed. I mean, do we notice someone's? But how many people are there in this world behind the scenes that are doing stuff every day that, you know, you never have an opportunity to recognize them or something like that, of course, but it makes you think, boy, it sure would be neat to be able to do so. And that's what that event does to me.
And the group, if you haven't seen yet, Mike Allen, former football player, which is amazing. Some of the folks I remember when I was going to school and now going into the Hall of Fame. Mike Allen, one of those. Nate Rollins, I think a lot of Fort Hays fans obviously remember Nate, part of those great NAIA teams, the national championship teams with Coach Bill Morse. Gene Fleehardy in the contributors category. We'll talk about him a little bit. Everybody knows Gene, a professor, but the official scorer at 4-Day State basketball for seemingly ever, Lonnie G, great cross-country runner, Daryl Stockstill, basketball from the late 60s, and Medora Wilson from the track and field program. So a good cross-section of former 4-Day State athletes and well-known names who all have left their indelible mark on 4-Day State athletics. And we bring up Gene. He's obviously been at Fort Hays for a long, long time, retired professor now, and his family has really stepped forward with some of the softball improvements. But it's really his overall, what he's contributed to the athletic department. I think you forget about. He's seen about every home basketball game. I can't remember him missing very many as an official scorer from back in the Sheridan Coliseum days.
Yeah,
I mean, he's seen it all.
Yeah, when we first started talking to him about that, I really didn't realize. I knew he'd been the bookkeeper for basketball for many, many years, but I didn't realize it went back to before Gross Coliseum. So, you know, and at my age, that's a long time ago.
I'm with you.
And so going back into the snake pit days of being, you know, we started hearing that, and then I started realizing how long, you know, but Gene's been affiliated with our program for many, many years, obviously a long-time instructor as well, and what a great person, and high level of interest in athletics, and very proud of Fort Hays State University. So him going into the Hall of Fame, I think, is especially gratifying. I think it's going to be fun. I actually get to present him, so I'm looking forward to that. And but, you know, speaking to you, Gerard, as a committee member, you being on our selection committee, which we appreciate a great deal, I think having the insight that you have brings a great deal to the table. But it's truly an honor to be a part of that and going through those different candidates every year. There's so many that we can't get in that year, and we push back another year. And but when you dig down through the history of this place, there's an awful lot of great people, and he's one great one I think that we're going to get in this year. And you mentioned the names of the others, and I remember Nate Rollins in the early 80s. I was a student here when he was a man. I mean, I was a big man at that time. A little bit older, you know, in the NAIA days, the rules weren't as restrictive, and I think he was, I guess, a non-traditional student, as you would call it. I remember he had transferred here from Merrimack.
Oh, yeah, that was such a big rivalry.
Boy, he was a big man amongst the boys at that point in time, and he was fun to watch, and heard a lot of stories about Daryl Stockstill as well, and his how great of a talent he was, and so each and every one of these. I can remember Mike Allen as well. You know, playing here. I think in the early '90s, if I'm not mistaken.
Late 80s, early 90s. That's when I was in school. I remember with Mike, I remember it was a homecoming game. I think I'd just gotten out of school. It was my first year and came back for the game, and maybe still the hardest hit I've ever seen.
Really?
But it was against New Mexico Highlands. I just remember the football from the running back went 15 yards in the other direction.
Oh, my. It's funny. It had to be a heck of a hit for something like that sticking your mind that long.
yeah, I mean,
or something like that. So that's amazing. And yeah, but again, going back to that, once you get there, I would encourage people. I mean, it's open to the public. I think it's $12 a plate or something. It's going to be, I believe, the 25th of October, if I'm not mistaken. But that's Saturday morning. If you have any interest, we'd love to have you out there. It's an event that you'll be very glad you attended.
It is a lot of fun, and Curtis said it well. I mean, the emotion and the appreciation those former athletes have going into the Hall of Fame, it is priceless. And usually the folks who introduce them or present them, it's usually pretty entertaining. I know last year's group. It's going to be pretty hard to beat because the acceptance speeches were nice, but the presenters were hilarious. There were some phenomenal stories going on last year.
Yeah, I mean, you get a wide range of emotions. You get the fun, the laughter, and the great stories behind it, and then you get the emotion of the realization that they're with their family there and who they're going to thank for being there, and it becomes a very emotional deal, and it's really something to see.
It's a lot of fun. That's coming up in a couple of weeks, the 25th. That's when Northwest Missouri State is in town to honor them at halftime of the football game as well. But the ceremonies that morning is 10 o'clock in the Memorial Union. So mark it on your calendar. If you haven't been, I think you'll really enjoy it, especially if you remember any of these athletes. Again, we'll read them again. Mike Allen, Nate Rollins, Gene Fleardy, Lonnie G, Darryl Stockstill, and Mandora Wilson, all going into the Tiger Sports Hall of Fame. We're going to squeeze in another quick break. We'll do that right here. We'll come back with our final segment from the 80s Corner. We're live at Oktoberfest 2014 right here on 14 KUIS. On the AD's Corner here on KAYS. We're live at Oktoberfest 2014. Hope to see you out here. A little damp today, as we mentioned, but still be a fun day. Boy, it's smelling great. They really smell the foods on the grill, and they will still taste good today, even if it's a little wet. Our final segment with Curtis Hammocky here on the program this morning, and we talked a lot about all the homecoming activities, Hall of Fame. Wanted to mention one person retiring from the athletic department, Carolyn Bird, who's been there countless number of years.
Yeah.
One of those, and you talked about it earlier, behind the scenes, you don't think about, you don't hear very often, and you're going to have a chance to honor her before the football game tomorrow night.
We're really excited about that. Carolyn's been here near as we can measure, 25 years. I know, actually, when I was coaching baseball here, which started in '91, she was here then, 1990. But that was kind of a hybrid position at the time. Started out, she's as kind of an academic coordinator in the athletic department, so she was overseeing what we call our study table area for all of our athletes, and then eligibility, and eventually, as we moved into the NCAA, that also became compliance, and so it grew into this position that encompasses all three. So she's really been what we refer to as the mother hen, basically, of our, affectionately, of our athletes over the years, because they get to know her so well, working through their setting up tutors, setting up study tables, working through their eligibilities and their transcripts with them, and then at the same time overseeing the compliance aspect. But she gets to know our student athletes very well. So I think sometimes it goes much beyond that, as into things like, where should I get my hair cut when I come to Hayes, and where do I go for this or that, where do I open a bank account? A number of things that she's been with our student athletes over the years, and she's done a great job and become very attached to a number of them. But she's going to be retiring here. She's finishing here by the end of October, so we're going to have a little recognition for her pregame tomorrow night, or Saturday night, and I guess it is
tomorrow night.
I'm checking.
It's become a blur this week.
But that's just one little thing we're going to do. But we want to recognize her, and hats off to her for her many, many years of service to our athletic department, and it's not going to be the same without her.
No, that's for sure. And I mean, she's at so many events. And you talk about one of those thankless jobs, and with the compliance element of it, since you've made the move to Division II, and even since then, I mean, it changes, I'm sure, so often. What a difficult job. We hear all the time about the different rules, and so, I mean, there's so many things for recruiting and all of that stuff that she's got to stay on top of. Not an easy task.
Yeah, and a lot of paper. As with most professions, there's a lot of paperwork involved now. A lot of reports for the NCAA. The position has evolved to a point to where we got to keep a close eye on it. Dixie Malman has stepped in, doing a nice job. She's going to be Carolyn's replacement. We're really excited about her. I think she's going to be very good in it, but we really need to monitor that as we move forward, whether or not that we have a graduate assistant that helps in that office, but we really need to monitor that to make sure that it doesn't turn into a two-position job, because we've got more athletes now than we've ever had before. And like I said, the paperwork and the compliance aspect of it has really grown beyond what it was originally. So Carolyn did a great job getting us to this point, and I think now we just got to keep reviewing that position moving forward. But I want to say thank you to Carolyn publicly for all that she's done on behalf of all of our athletes and coaches for a number of years.
Well, as you said, a lot of the other little aspects you don't think about. You get a student athlete who's not from here, first time in Hayes, trying to figure out school, classes, and then, like you said, where do I get a haircut? Where do I go for this? And to have someone who can do that, that's amazing.
She cares.
Yes.
And I guess if I summed it up in just one little area, it's that she cares. She cares about those kids, and she's done a lot to help them over the years. And I know she's emotional about retiring.
Oh, I'm sure.
I know she is, because it's been a big part of her life for a number of years. But I would end by saying it's about her caring personality that's made her so good at what she does.
We'll miss her on some of those road trips with the Tigers. We go to an NCAA tournament event. She would occasionally accompany those, and those are always a lot of fun. And congratulations to Carolyn, and well-deserved honor, and certainly wish her the best as she moves into retirement. I know you have to go. You've got some tours to give. A lot of folks in town this weekend, so we'll let you do it. We appreciate it once again, and always look forward to a visit here on Oktoberfest. We'll be announcing our next AD show here. We'll check our calendars and get one here in the next month or so to keep you apprised of 4-day state athletics, but enjoy the rest of homecoming. We'll see you at the stadium tomorrow night. Hopefully wrap up this weekend with a 4-day state football victory.
Thanks again for everything, Gerard. Thanks for all you're doing with us too. We appreciate having you along and your efforts last night with the bonfire and just doing all those extra little things that you do for Tiger Athletics. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it. It's a lot of fun. That's going to wrap up our program. Again, it's brought to you today by the Hayes Med Orthopedic Institute, the Taco Shop, G&L Tire and Automotive, Golden Bell Bank of Hayes and Ellis, Adams Brown Barrett and Ball, Couture for Men and Women, James Motor Company, and BTI. For Athletic Director Curtis Hammocky, this is Gerard Walbrock. Enjoy your 4-day state homecoming weekend.
Better all the time.
You know, when we got here earlier this morning, you could see everybody putting all the work into it. You saw them getting in the trailers and getting everything they needed, but boy, the smoke kind of wafting up here from all, oh, this is unbelievable.
Well, you were talking about weather. You and I have been talking about weather for probably the last hour or so when Gerard's been on camera here. And we want to talk to people a little bit about what's going to happen here today. I know we're kind of looking forward to the possibility of this kind of going away, the rain, and people are going to get a chance to watch some high school football tonight without rain.
Yeah, obviously off and on today we're going to have some showers, and we're seeing that right now. It's been pretty steady over the past few hours. We think as we get into the afternoon it will taper off just a little bit, but by this evening, especially 6, 7 o'clock this evening, the rain should start moving out, and then we'll be gradually clearing overnight when it's going to be quite a bit cooler.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is it's a fun time of the year, these Oktoberfest activities. I know we've got homecoming parade tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We have the football game tomorrow. And then we also have these Oktoberfest festivities. And there's a lot of people already down here getting geared up and ready to go.
Oh yeah, you see people carrying bags of ice. They've got just moving everything, and all the motorized vehicles getting everything moved out to where there goes one now. Why, look at the grill he's carrying. I bet that is a Weber. That looks like a fine Weber there, and probably freshly painted for today's fine event.
Well, I see you see the Webers, you see the Traegers, you see them all down here. And
you do.
And there's a lot of different booths down here than I've seen in the years past too. So a lot of fresh faces down here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, for years, everyone is, when I talked about even mentioning the word haze, or the city haze, somebody has said, you've been to Oktoberfest, right? I said, no, I've never been. You've got to go. You have got to go. So here it is. Now I'm excited for everything to get underway.
Well, I'm kind of looking around the grounds over here, and I know that the camera earlier we pointed around, but I'm trying to look at what we've got, and I see kettle corn. I see some fresh honey over there in a booth, and got some guys grilling bratwurst over there. And boy, we even have some banks out here too with personal checking accounts, personal counseling. There's a lot of stuff out here.
Well, and the other interesting thing is, I don't know how we were able to work this out, but the real Abraham Lincoln has emerged and was wandering moments ago. He was just back here talking with Gary Shoran, and I'm not sure where he is now. He said something about the Gettysburg Address, which obviously the two are tied together, but he looks as much like Abraham Lincoln as Abraham Lincoln.
Well, this guy rattles off the Gettysburg Address rather quickly. He's pretty good at it.
He's amazing. So, unbelievable here. And even though that, we've got a little bit of rain falling right about now, most folks just grabbing a jacket, putting on a cap, like I've done. For those of us that are follically challenged, a cap does come in nice. And when we were talking to Jeff a little bit earlier, I would call this, at least this morning, it was somewhat blustery. See, that was the word that he wanted me to say on the air, was blustery.
He's been waiting for you to say blustery since 6 o'clock this morning.
Blustery used to be on my grandma's old Farmer's Almanac calendar, and I didn't even know what it meant, neither do most of us, but it's pretty much windy and cool.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because you're here at Oktoberfest with us right now. You've been a friend of ours for a long time, a friend of mine for a long time, and you're doing the Oktoberfest weathers from here, but you're also doing weather across the country from other radio stations too. You've been on the side working on weathercasts for radio stations in San Diego and not San Diego, but Sacramento.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in fact, they were talking about the wildfires that have occurred there over the past, it's been several weeks, several months for that matter. They just got one put out, another one started again, but they are cheering over the chance of rain next week, but it's going to be like 80 degrees there today and dry.
And they also have had the drought situations too lately, what they've had to worry about.
Absolutely, yeah, the drought's been unbelievable, the heat in the southwest. But for us, we can never complain about the rain when you really think about it, because how long did we go this year without rain? We were so dry and so hot for so long.
It was for a long time. Well, I don't know, for your experience here, being the first time down here, what are you kind of looking forward to?
Well, what I'm looking forward to is to see the way things go throughout the day.
And food.
Food. The food obviously is the best, but everybody says as the day goes along and the crowd gathers, it's going to get more and more fun, and that's what it's all about.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming over and hanging out with us, and you're going to be here throughout the day, and I know that Becky and Mike Cooper will be taking over here at 10 o'clock. Maybe they'll get you on. I know they've got quite a few guests that they're going to be seeing as well, but hang out with us here today. We're going to have a great time here at the Oktoberfest.
I'd love to. Thank you so much for the hospitality. Everybody's been awesome.
Well, thank you for watching us, too, here on Channel 14, also on Hayes Post, and also thank the people listening on KAYS Radio. I will tell everybody that the video portion, we might or might not have it here when they do the tapping of the keg at 11 o'clock. We may just go to audio only with a slate on TV and in on Hayes Post, just because if we go over and do the stream or we do the TV, we've got to take these equipment and laptops and camera out into the rain, and I don't think we really want to do that.
Well, and the good news is if we don't have the tapping of the keg, you will tap dance live on TV, so we'll have that on there for everyone.
So you're committing me to that.
why not? Absolutely. It'll be a blustery view to watch it all, won't it?
All right.
Twice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You got it in there. Thank you again for watching us, and keep hanging out and watching us throughout the day here on Eagle Communications. Of course, you got KAYS, you've got Channel 14, you've got Channel 8, and you also have ECTV Channel 14 to watch us on. So we've got Becky and Mike Cooper coming up here right after the news. Thanks for joining us.
Fairgrounds 2014, and we're all excited about this. As you can see, we have changed people. Thank you to Gerard Wellbrock and, of course, the AD Corner with Fort Hays State University Athletic Director Curtis Hammocky, talking about all kinds of things and the big game coming up on Saturday. It's just a big, big weekend in Hays, and we have so much fun. I'm Becky Kaiser from Eagle Community Television, and Mike Cooper down here on the end, who you might have heard his voice a couple of times on KAYS radio, and I hear he's retired, but he is here, and hopefully you have seen these great shows that he's been doing called Community Connection. We'll find out a little bit about those. In between us, Mr. Ron Mellick, who of course is a Hays City Commissioner, is going to talk about how the city helps work with tons of people to get this great weekend in Oktoberfest underway. Mike, I'm just going to put you on the spot because just in case people haven't seen Community Connection, I want you to tell us a little bit about what you do. You have been a variety of topics.
Have not seen Community.
Well, there's 3 of them out there, so let's tell those 3 what's up.
First of all, I got to give thanks and support to my producer, Jeff Durall, who's behind the camera there. Without his expertise, none of this would happen. So we give him a...
But that's a good spot for him, is behind the camera.
Oh dear, I can see this is going to be a long interview already. Had a chance to talk to a few folks. Of course, Nick Worth, Janelle Worth have been coordinating the Octoberfest 2014, and the opening ceremonies will go on. The booths are working. Most of them are covered by tents, so if you want food, come down and get your food.
It smells good already down here.
It does already down here. And they are cooking, they are preparing, and all you have to do is come down. And they are ready for you. Of course, the opening ceremony's at 11 o'clock this morning. They've got an awful lot of volunteers who are helping spread some straw in some of the areas. Of course, with all the rain that we've had, the latest I saw was a little over an inch.
Yes, we'll take
it. I haven't seen
it.
the official yet from Joe Becker out at the Ag Center, but the rainfall is significant. Of course, city commissioners love that because...
Well, I can vouch for that. I just walked over the bridge, and it's good to see Big Creek running where the stepping stones are.
Absolutely.
And Ron, you were telling me just a moment ago, too, that you saw some city employees that are going to help make it a little less muddy down here.
Yes, city employees just backed in with a 1 truckload. I'm sure they're going to be bringing more of mulch that we'll put down that will help keep the mud away and help keep people's shoes dry to a certain extent on the bottom side. But the top side, it's still going to rain a little bit. But if you're prepared, at least you're not going to be up to your knees in mud. You know, I've done the county fair before years ago, and we did the concessions, and we had times when it was pretty muddy out there. But you know, the county employees put down straw and sand and mulch, and it was really surprising how well that worked. I mean, we can see them right over here now, our city employees from the Parks Department with shovels and wheelbarrows and putting that all down on the paths.
Now, is this the mulch that's down at the Parks Department that's free to residents?
Yes.
That's a great program.
Yeah. Now, this is the tree mulch.
The tree mulch, okay.
Yeah, the tree mulch. It's not the mulch.
Not the compost pile.
Not the compost pile. Some people get that confused, but yeah, this is from trees, and so it'll all biodegrade here in the parks, and so it's good.
And a big shout out to the Parks Department too, because they do an excellent job, not only in the city parks themselves to make them a great place for families, but every year they step forward to help with Oktoberfest
They help with a lot of, community events. I mean, you look at Wild West Fest on how much, we do with that. But, it's something that the Parks Department prides themselves in doing, in getting these parks up, so that they look well and so that they function well when we do have events like this.
There's another crew too that I'd like to say thanks to, and that's the crew at Midwest Energy, because once again, they come through every year providing power to all of the stations that need it, not only ours here, of course, at Eagle Communications, but also for the booths that need the power for the stoves and the cookers and the microwaves and all of the things they use.
And that's not an easy job. I just saw one of the Midwest Energy guys over here on a ladder up a pole and it's raining and he's messing with electricity. I was always taught to stay away from that. So, but they're highly trained professionals, so they can handle that. So it's hats off to them also. Yeah.
And we want to remind everybody, Meteorologist Dan Holiday got to hear and see him in person down here at Oktoberfest, which is wonderful. He's promising, I think it was a promise, that the rain will start tapering off about 1 o'clock, and it's really not too bad. And the one thing that it would be really kind of not so nice if the wind was blowing, and it's really not. Down here you've got the trees and the dike protecting it. It's not too bad. Make sure you just have a coat on.
No, not down here. Now, up at my house, the wind was really blowing. But this is kind of protected because I thought it was going to be windy down here, but it's not bad at all.
No, not at all.
But I kind of wonder about those meteorologists. It always seems like they show up and the weather's bad wherever they are. I don't know what the deal is. Maybe we should have had him come earlier in the summer, or I should say the spring when we needed the rain.
That's a great idea. I know Mike and Boomer this morning, they were blaming it on poor Dan, but we're glad to have the rain. And let's talk a little bit about that, Ron, because as Mike has already mentioned, city commissioners like the rain. We've had, I guess we could call it somewhat of an unusual year where we've been in drought, about 4 years now, and we got some really great rains, very late spring, early summer, which really helped make a difference. And since then, we're getting late rain right now, so this is an improvement. Doesn't mean we're necessarily out of the drought, though.
Doesn't mean we're out of the drought. But the thing is, early spring, it was very, very dry. And so, we got some timely rains in June, July, and August, which are great, But like you said, we may not necessarily be out of the drought. How do you tell for sure? I can't, say that. But we can't forget about water conservation and water efficiency. That's something that we're in western Kansas. We're going to have times without, much rain. And so we've got to concentrate on those, and that's why the City Commission has done a lot of proactive things. And I'd like to throw in that we have 3 city commissioners and city manager. They're all out at Las Vegas at a Water Smart conference. Yeah. I've been there 3 times, and it's very, very great to see what's happening in the desert Southwest. And we're trying to implement a lot of things that they are doing to adapt them to here so that we are proactive on our water conservation.
Well, now, Ron, the city went from what was an emergency situation early in the summer to a little bit of
we went to a water warning to a water watch.
From the warning to the watch. Yes. Now, how has that worked? Has it been efficient as far as you've been able to tell from the input from Toby and the city staff?
We get a weekly report showing us the level on the water wells, and we've been doing well. We're down a little bit, which is expected in the summertime, but we had that really big rain that really pumped up our Smoky wells. Our Big Creek wells, they're holding their own, but I think we only have one well out of all of our wells that is really into a actual water watch. So we're in good shape, but there again, if this thing would shut off, and next summer we could be back into that. And so we have to be efficient with our water.
What's the latest update on the potential for the what used to be the R9 Ranch, the Edwards County property that is a potential for water? Bring us up to date on that, would you, Ron?
Well, it's a long, drawn-out process. But the first thing we have to do is we have to file for change of diversion. In other words, we're going to be bringing the water up here and also changing it from agriculture to municipal use. This is going to be there'll be a hearing, and it will be Kansas Water Office, which is part of the Department of Agriculture. We'll have DWR, Division of Water Resources, and KDHE. Those will be the 3 judges, the 3 heads of those. And we have to take our case before them. And everything that we are doing is making our case, because this is a one-time shot. We don't want to get there and they say, well, you need to go back and work on your conservation. Well, we're kind of the poster child in the state of Kansas on our conservation efforts. I mean,
Poster child in an excellent way.
yes,
Leaders.
yes, we
We're all
are.
recognized,
Yes, we
certainly
are.
regionally.
Yes, we are. And the Governor's Water Conference, they had 120 some meetings, and if you went to those, it would flash up. They would show what Hayes is doing, and it was very, very good. But we just had a company come in and they did a water leakage test, and people say, why do you need to do that? Well, we are doing that because this is part of our case. So when we go for them and apply for the water transfer act, they can't say, well, how much leakage do you have? Have you tried to fix your leakage? Well, we've done that. And so we found mainly where, I should say typically, every place where you have a water leakage is underneath your fire hydrants, because they're made to drain in the wintertime so they don't freeze up. And so over the years, and we had a fair number of those. Now we are doing very well on our leakage in the fact that we have between 9 and 10% leakage. Now we have fixed these places that we found, and that sounds like a lot of water, but there are cities out there that are running 25 to 35% loss on their water. So this is a very good standard, is 9 to 10%.
And I think folks ought to know too that this potential for the Edwards County water source is going to be a long process and a future process. It's not a quick fix. It's not an easy, simple solution.
It isn't, and I moved here in 1973, and they were talking about water then, and everybody's, woulda, coulda, shoulda done this, and there's been a million studies, and we've looked at all of these magic wells out there that will furnish us water, but they're either not a viable source, or they're not economically feasible. And so the commission, I have kudos to all the commissioners from years ago, because this has been a long process, and we're finally to the point that we can actually see where we're going and what we want to do.
Good vision for a lot of years.
Yes, yeah. There's been a lot of, you look at, back in the 90s when those city commissioners bought the ranch. There was a lot of people, they were up in arms in that, but we are moving closer and closer. This is not like private, when you're talking about city government, this is not like private enterprise. You just go do it. We have to, move slowly, but we have so many regulations that nobody has any idea. The state won't let you do this, they won't let you do that, KDHE, EPA, so, we're getting there.
City Commissioner Ron Ellick, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate everything the city does in cooperation with the 42nd Annual Oktoberfest. You may have heard some commotion behind us to the south. There are some young people here who are going to honor our heritage. And we're going to take a quick break, and then we will invite the Ellis County Historical Society Director, Don Westfall, in to talk about what that event is and how it helps the younger people in the area find out what happened a few years ago. We'll be right back. And welcome back live. We are at Oktoberfest 2014 in Frontier Park in Hayes. I'm Becky Kaiser, joined again by Mike Hoover, who is busily making notes because he is going to MC the opening ceremony, which will start at 11 o'clock. Mike has done that for many years, does an excellent job, and you can see why, because he's meticulous. He's taking his notes, making sure he doesn't leave anything out. Joining us now is Don Westfall, who, of course, is from the Ellis County Historical Society. And Don, I understand that you will get to participate in the ceremony as well this year.
That's right. Customarily, that is the case. We normally make some comment or statement related to our role in this. The fact that the Ellis County Historical Society does take great honor in presenting the history of the Volga German people here in Ellis County.
Now, we do have the Honor Our Heritage event, the tent set up just to the south of us.
Yes.
And this has just been such a great idea. I'm very proud to say Eagle Communications has helped get this evolving.
Yes, they have.
And unfortunately, this year has kept some of the students away because of a little bit of the rain, but there are some youngsters over there, and they're learning about what the meaning is behind all this fun. And there's a great heritage, a great history.
Right, absolutely. Well, what we primarily offer to these school groups are historical demonstrators and interpreters, so they can get some idea of what it was like to actually live here in the early history of Ellis County, particularly if you were Volga German. And also, they meet some of the characters from that period as well.
If you watched Eagle Community Television, Hayes Post News yesterday, we got a little preview from Catherine the Great.
Oh,
She stopped
yes,
by.
that's right. Well, she was there earlier, but because of the weather situation, she agreed to actually go across the street to Washington Elementary School and give a presentation to them in person over there, rather than have them come over here.
Great idea. What kinds of questions do the kids get? Do they have an awareness of the history here, or is it just totally new to them, Don?
Well, it's a little bit of both. I mean, they do have some awareness of it because they certainly are learning about it in school, and then in some cases they have been to our facility for Pioneer Day already, and they've seen some of these same characters there as well. Such as Abraham Lincoln, for example. We've had him in a number of events. Steve Burns from Russell plays him. And in fact, he's one of the ones who just went over to Washington so you've got Washington and Lincoln, or Lincoln and Washington, I should say. Right
Lincoln
now.
at Washington.
And in any event, they may have had some preview of some of the subject matter previously.
Now, I know that you also have some, I guess, show and tell there with examples of what this where this term Volga German comes from and the history associated with it, and how Catherine the Great, was involved.
Well, that's right. Of course, she had invited them to move to Russia initially in the 1760s, and then, of course, later in the 1870s, they moved over here. So they do learn about that, that's true, not only from her directly, but from some of our exhibitry we have over there. And we have individuals, as I alluded to, who are demonstrators. They will give the students examples of rug hooking or clothes washing or saddle making or corn shelling, some of the things that people, particularly in agricultural societies such as this was, normally would have engaged in that pioneer period.
A little bit different back then.
That's right. Not nearly the conveniences we have today.
Exactly. Now, I know and hopefully this year too, but I know in other years since we've been doing the Honor Our Heritage program, pretty much you can count on there being a couple of students who do have a Volga German history, and they can help contribute to the conversation.
Oh, that's right. No, there's certainly no shortage of students in the school system here who have that ancestry, and they probably have learned a lot about it from their families, their parents and grandparents. So they come here with some knowledge of it. That's true. Right.
And how do you, of course, we do have the Volga German Society. How do you interact with them?
Well, we stay in regular communication with them on many things. Well, for example, a lot of the merchandise we sell in our store in the way of books and souvenirs originated from that organization. And then, of course, we consult with them with respect to our interpretation of the history, and then we partner with them on events such as this, too. So,
I've always wondered, Don, when you first came, how long have you been here now?
3 years.
3 years.
Right.
And I remember talking to you when you first got here, and history, you're passionate about history.
That's true, right.
Several different kinds. But we talked about why it's important to learn history and how the learning process or method has changed over the years to engage young people.
That's right. Well, today they want things that are more active and or interactive is probably what I should say, rather than just static book on the wall exhibitry. That's why these living history characters are very helpful to us, because they bring history to life, if you want to put it that way, for many of the students. I think they like the idea of actually meeting Abraham Lincoln or Catherine the Great, as opposed to simply reading about them.
Sure. It's very exciting. Now, Mike, everybody knows Mike Cooper, but I'm going to ask the question, do you have a Volga German background since you've been here so long?
Not a single shred.
Just honorary.
Yes, honorary. Definitely.
Yeah.
That's right.
Don, I'm glad you mentioned the history references and the artifacts and things at the Ellis County Historical
Right.
Society bookstore, because that's a treasure trove not only of information but of gifts as well.
That's
Put in a
right.
plug for them.
Well, thank you. That's right. Well, we consider the museum store really an extension of the interpretive program, because what you can see in the museum with respect to exhibitry is just a sample, in a sense, of all that's out there with regard to some of the subject. So in the museum store, you can find material to take home with you that will give you a fuller example of the story.
In addition, of course, I got to put in a plug for your work on KAYS Radio for the
yes, right.
Historical Society Minute, which runs each morning with Boomer and Michael.
Right, where history walked the streets.
Love that.
That
That's
is
so
a
interesting.
Well, I enjoy that. It's a challenge sometimes to have enough scripts to fill all of the time slots they have for me there. But actually, the history here is endless, so I never seem to run out of anything to talk about, actually, on that.
Tell us about, I know you try to bring in authors
That's
with
right.
works as
That's
it
true.
references history, both Western and Volga German.
That's
Anything
right.
coming up in the future you'd like to mention that might relate to an author or a presentation that might be coming up?
Well, let me see if I can think. We don't really have any authors scheduled specifically at the moment. We probably will be next year bringing back some of the ones we've had before, though,
That'd
such
be
as
great.
Jeff Barnes or Jeff Broom, who've written on Custer and the Indian Wars.
Great.
And then we actually today here, we had Mary Kay Shippers, although she was here in a different capacity, who wrote a year on the family farm about her own experiences on the Barron's farm in eastern Ellis County. But she was here today as our clothes washing historical demonstrator. So she performs a couple of different roles for us from time to time. And actually we will have her back, I'm sure, in her capacity as an author down at the museum.
Great.
Lots of stuff that has happened in Ellis County. I'm hearing a few bells tinkling back behind
that's
you.
right.
Can you give us a preview of what that noise is?
Well, this is what they're calling a new tradition. They have souvenir bells this year instead of simply souvenir mugs. And so there is a particular standard bell that you can get if you like this year for $14 from us or some of the other vendors here on the grounds.
Great way to mark Oktoberfest 2014, the 42nd year. Don Westphal, thank you so much again to the Ellis County Historical Society, and a big part of Oktoberfest, as well as the Honor Our Heritage event that occurs prior to the opening ceremony, which he will be at shortly, coming up at 11 o'clock with Mike Cooper. We're going to take another quick break. We have Tim Chapman standing by from Fort Hays State University Foundation, talking a little bit about what that is exactly. I'm Becky Kaiser. We'll be back shortly.
The last one.
Welcome back. We are broadcasting live from downtown Hayes Frontier Park, Oktoberfest 2014, the 42nd year. I'm Becky Kaiser, joined by Mike Cooper, who is looking around, trying to see who all's here because he's going to be emceeing, as he does a great job, the opening ceremony coming up at 11 o'clock, and we appreciate that. He's making sure people are where they're supposed to be and taking notes. And we now have with us Tim Chapman. Of course, this whole weekend, Fort Hays State University homecoming. Tim Chapman is the president and CEO of the foundation at Fort Hays State University. And just in case people didn't hear about it, Tim, we had a wonderful donation yesterday from a family, and there are several of them around here who just love Fort Hays State and they love being able to help other people.
Well, yeah, Don and Chris Bickle gave us $1 million, you know, and it's a great way for us to kick off the homecoming activities with those kind of announcements, and I encourage any others that have those types of gifts to come forward at any time during this week. We could really end it well too. But no, they absolutely, the Bickles as well as many families here in Hays and beyond have been very supportive of Fort Hays. And during our Power of One scholarship campaign that we kicked off December of last year, which will run through the December of this year, it's just been overwhelming, the response that we've received. And we announced in June that we had hit our $8 million goal 6 months in advance. We extended that goal to $12 million. And, you know, as my staff would fall back in their chair and say, oh, you know, but that response has been great too. And of course, with the Bickles announcement, that helps us a lot in achieving that goal. And we're well on our way to do that. And we will make a more public announcement in November with some of those official numbers for that campaign. But we're very confident that Dr. Martin will be able to make a very positive announcement in January in regards to that effort.
We'll look forward to it. I've had conversations the past few days and prior to this with people talking about the importance of scholarships for students at Fort Hays State University. Retired President Dr. Hammond has talked about this over the years, about the students who attend Fort Hays State generally do need some financial aid, and many of them are working 3 part-time jobs, et cetera, not, you know, families not able to contribute a whole lot. Many of them do have those scholarships, and that money really does make a difference.
Well, that's crucial. That's our number one priority, always has been and always will be. Just, you know, as we all know, state funding continues to decline, and the pressures to raise tuition have happened, and that continues to increase. So when you have a decline in revenue and an increase in tuition, you know, where that falls is we need scholarship assistance to help those students and those families to be able for them to reach their goal in getting that degree at Fort Hays and moving on and being the professionals and the leaders of our world. So there's no question about it. They will be, or scholarships will always be a number one priority.
And we should point out, too, you know, we're hearing a lot in the media about the high expense of students graduating with incredible debt. It's always been a vision of Fort Hays State under Dr. Hammond and now Dr. Martin to make it affordable success has been such a slogan for so long, and that's really true. Fort Hays State, it's a good bargain.
It is a good bargain, and you know, we are by far budgetarily the best buy in town. And you know, I don't know if you want to premise it that way, but you know, when you look at it and compare it to some of the other Regents institutions, you get a heck of a scholarship just coming to Fort Hays State compared to some of those other schools. But in saying that, you know, it's still a crunch for a lot of people to come to school, and if they can't get that assistance, oftentimes they decide not to further their education. And shame on us if we can't provide at least a vehicle or an avenue for them to be able to further that dream and to come here to Hays and get that degree.
Well, I'm proud to say I was one of the scholarship recipients. We won't say how many years ago that was, but it was important back then, and it's important now. But, you know, I wondered, Tim...
Jeff has those numbers, by the way, if you'd like to check on them.
Doesn't need to point out that date. I wonder, Tim, we hear about these fantastic gifts from people like the Bickles, $1 million. Well, obviously somebody like me does not have $1 million to give, but I would think every little bit helps.
Every dollar helps, and it's great to be able to announce. You're exactly right. It's great to announce those 7-figure gifts, but it's the $25 and the $50 gifts that come into us. We receive over 14,000 gifts annually at the foundation, and received almost over $13 million in new funds last year, and the majority of those are $50 and $100, $25 gifts. And so those are vitally important for us, for those individuals to be able to help. So you're exactly right. Every dollar counts, every dollar adds up, and helps those students and helps the initiatives at Fort Hays State.
Do you invest those funds? Of course, we know there's not a lot of interest being paid out there, but do they get invested?
Oh, sure, absolutely. We have a pooled fund, and we have a investment committee, and we work with a consultant out of Houston that really works with us and how we are diversified with all of our funds. Last year, our funds grew a little over 20%, which is a great number to be able to share with folks. So yeah, they're very professionally managed. We're very diversified. We try to protect as much as we possibly can, and especially in the fluctuation of the markets these days, and especially after yesterday. Oftentimes we'll get calls from folks and say, "Oh my gosh, is your money safe? Is it okay?" And we are diversified in a way that it protects us in many ways.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Now, what else does the foundation do besides collect dollars? And I mean that in the best possible way.
The arm twisters of the world, as I've been called. The foundation, the mission of the foundation is to raise and manage the money for the university, and for us to be the best stewards that we possibly can be of those dollars that are given to us. And so we need to make sure that we get the word out to folks in regards to how the growth is, how the funds are invested, and what the initiatives are for the needs of that. Education is vitally important for us to share with the public in regards to what the needs of the university really are, and how we can move things forward. Just like with this Power of One scholarship campaign, that initiative is specifically for scholarships. But of that, that $13 million that we received last year, a lot of those dollars are going to departmental support, capital projects. It's very diverse in regards to what the needs of the campus are, and so we try to educate people to that. We always say we have a lot of arrows in our quiver when we go out and talk to folks, because a lot of times people say, well, scholarships aren't an important thing for me, but I do have an interest in other areas, and do you have some initiatives in these areas? And my answer is always, yes, we do.
I can help you with that.
They're really easy to go along with. But in saying that, oftentimes, not often, but sometimes, there aren't initiatives. And I'll say, we really don't have an area in that particular area, and it would not be fair for us to accept your gift knowing that we don't have that type of interest on our campus. People are very appreciative of that, and so very diverse, just an educational process for folks. Deborah Prideaux, who is our alumni director, always says, the alumni are the fundraisers and the foundation are the fundraisers, and she and I always kid each other a little bit about that, and I always say, we're all fundraisers, because that's what development is building relationships, understanding what people's needs are, and making sure that we can fulfill those needs based upon the support that they give us, and for the foundation to steward and manage that money to the best of our ability, so everyone is happy, not only the donor, but the student, the department that's receiving those funds. And so it's just that's why I enjoy doing what I do. It's all about relationships. I'm a people person, and I love to see people goals met and their dreams met, not only from a student's perspective, but from a donor's perspective. That giving it turns into a habit, and when a person really understands the joy of giving, just like the Bickles, Dawn, Love, and Chris loves to give charitably, not only to Fort Hays, but across the board here in Hays. And that is just so fun to watch, because they understand that joy of giving for them, and what they get in return well exceeds what they're giving.
Becky, before we let him go, we've got to ask about another area. When he's not raising funds for Fort Hays State as part of the foundation, he does metal sculpting. And I understand that the Ellis County Historical Society is about to benefit from his artistic work in sculpting great historic Western figures.
Well, you're a kind soul for bringing that up. There is a show currently in the Robbins Center Gallery of Hickok, Cody, and Custer that are bronze pieces, along with some other work that I've recently done. I think they've come out beautifully. Call it Art Castings out in Loveland is the foundry that I always utilize, and they just do a fantastic job. But Don and others there asked me to do some things. Mike Mead on our campus really commissioned the work for one set of those as well, and they'll be permanently displayed in the Robbins Center. And so I'd welcome anybody to come out to the gallery and see some of that work. It's absolutely beautiful.
And
thank you
of course, when alums come to the Robbins Center, the home of the alumni offices, they can certainly see Tim's work. But how in the world did you get into sculpting?
Well, my interest has always been in the arts. I mean, my degree is in art. How I became the president of the foundation is beyond me. But no, that my mother was really artistic, and I just enjoyed the arts from when I was a kid. And as I came back to Hayes, I had really not done much sculpting, but the foundry here is just so wonderful. So I tied in with that and really started working more with Toby Flores, who is the professor of sculpture at Fort Hayes, and actually is a next door neighbor of mine, so it's worked out. So he's kind of spurred me on too. So it's just been something that's always been a part of my soul, I guess, and something that I always tell folks it's my little sunny spot. When I need to get away from things, I'll go to the studio and ask Mona to slip maybe a piece of pizza under the door every so often, because I do. You could just hours and hours go by, which is really relaxing to me. And so it's just a getaway for me and something I really enjoy.
And speaking of arts, don't miss the Moss Thorns Gallery of Art too, as you're back for the alumni events of homecoming. It's an astounding place to view student art and see some of the remarkable work that's done by one of the best art departments around.
Well, Hayes is a lucky community with all the quality art that is in our community and the quality artists that are in our community. There's not many other communities or cities that can say that.
We're very fortunate.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Tim Chapman, who, if you didn't know, is an artist, and then his day job, maybe you did know this, he of course is the president and CEO of the Fort Hays State University Foundation, and this is a big weekend for Fort Hays State as we celebrate homecoming, Oktoberfest today. It's a wonderful opportunity to see your friends and enjoy it. We're going to take a short break. I'm Becky Kaiser, joined by Mike Cooper, who may be leaving at any time because, as you know, he's the MC and has been for years of the opening ceremony at the Oktoberfest ceremonies, and this will be the first year for Dr. Mirta Martin, so we're excited about that. I'm sure she'll do a great job. Tim, thank you for joining us, and we will take a short break now and be right back. Welcome back. We're broadcasting live from the Oktoberfest 2014 festivities in downtown Hayes at the Frontier Park. And I'm Becky Kaiser, joined by Mike Cooper, who is going to leave here in just a moment. Also joining us for a few more minutes is Terry Kroll from Fort Hays State University, who is bound and determined to make sure to remind us all that it's time to go on Friday.
This is football weather. Come on, where's your Tiger Gold?
So he does have his Tiger Gold on.
I'll sit here for an hour like you do, too.
You'll stay warm enough. Mike, you wanted to let everybody know that it's about time to get over there to the...
Couple of things, one of which was the opening concert for the Hayes Symphony Pops concert. Dr. Kroll is the director of, or president of the Hayes Symphony Guild, so a good chance to put in for a membership Symphony Guild to support those
our next
folks.
concert, November 1st, is called Fall Classics, so it'll be a great concert as well.
And this is 101 years ago?
Our second century we're starting.
Wow, that's
Second
fantastic.
century. Yeah, I don't know if we have any players that are charter members. I don't think so. But
And may I say, too, that speaking of music at Fort Hays State University, we have such a diverse and broad arrangement of music at Fort Hays State. It is just incredible to be able to enjoy that. And one of the premier parts of enjoyment before I have to take off was the presentation of Hello Dolly.
we had a great show.
Orchestra just did a fantastic
Well, thank you. It was a fun show to play for them, and we had a great cast. Becca Urban was our Dolly, and she just nailed it. So great crowds. We love the support, and we've got a tradition here of good
We
music.
were at the Sunday matinee, and Felton Star Theater there were 10 seats maybe that were available.
Not many.
And it was an incredible
Friday night, we
performance.
had a non-cast member come on stage during the curtain calls and propose to Haley Funk, who played the part of Irene Malloy, and so he had a standing ovation, probably a unique experience for his proposal. She said yes.
Oh, very romantic.
I asked him if he wanted to come back Saturday night in case she had reconsidered, but he said no.
Oh, that's terrific. But point being, if you have a chance to experience music at Fort Hays State, whether it's choral work that Dr. Kroll does, or instrumental work, whether it's individual performances in solo faculty presentations or ensemble presentations or the symphony, do so. It's a bargain for the money that's...
Thank you, Mike. We appreciate your support. And
We'll see you on stage here in a little
All
while.
right, I'll be over there to sing.
Okay, so we're going to let Mike Cooper wander over to the stage as we get prepared for the opening ceremony starting at 11 o'clock. And you've got a couple more minutes before you have to leave, Terry. We want to make sure we've been talking about the great things that have been going on, but you're also busy preparing for some fall
Well,
performances.
as Mike said, we just got done with our run of Hello Dolly, and we've had some faculty artist recitals. We got one coming up Tuesday. Hillary Shepard will be on stage with her flute in Palmer, 7:30 Tuesday night. Friday night, a week from tonight, the Wind Ensemble, Dr. Jeff Jordan, that's our top band, and my choirs, Fort Hays Singers, and the concert choir will present our fall concert. We're doing an international theme in honor of Mirta Martin's international upbringing, so my choirs are doing Cuban folk songs, and we're singing also in Russian and Latin and Spanish and French and Japanese and German.
Wow.
And the band is playing Latina Festiva. Certainly we'll have some Latin rhythms to it and some Cuban overture. A Japanese piece that's never been played outside of the nation of Japan by a composer native there. So it'll have an international theme, and it's called In Any Language. So if you like to hear a great variety in your concerts, this is the one to come to. That's next Friday night at Beach Schmidt at 7:30. $7 for adults, $5 for senior citizens, and students are in free with their ID card.
Just as Mike said, absolutely.
Yep, later on this semester we'll have the jazz bands, of course. That's in November 6th. We'll have the cathedral concert this year on December 7th out at St. Fidelis, now the Basilica.
Yes.
And we're only doing one performance this year, 3:30 in the afternoon. And so that gets our kids home to study. They're anxious to study for their final exams.
Well, that's an important part.
Yeah, it is. And the weather hasn't been cooperative always in December.
Sure.
So to ask people to come out late at night was getting to be a bit much. So we're just doing the 3:30 in the afternoon performance. And that'll enable people to get back home before dark, and hopefully the kids have time to study and grab a bite.
You know, Terry, you've done such a great job of promoting the performing arts and working with the theater department. And as we were talking to Tim Chapman just a little bit ago, who is a metal art person, he was talking about how he's very talented, and he was talking about how fortunate Hayes is to have such a great community. I know Brenda Maida from Hayes Arts Council is always talking about the performing arts, and certainly the music department of Fort Hays.
All the arts are just really well loved here and well supported. The performing arts, no exception, with the Encore series, of course, and our concerts in BeachNet. It's a great place to perform. We do get out and perform in several churches in the community too, and that's always fun to hit those spots. Some great church sanctuaries for choral music. We're going to be in the Presbyterian Church again in the spring, so it's a great community, really supports our work. And yeah, a lot of great sculptors, a lot of great painters, a lot of great gallery walks that Brenda puts on. And of course, our concerts on the website can give you the full calendar of what our events are coming up.
Now tell us what you're going to do with the opening ceremony. It's about to start.
Oh, I think I'm usually required to sing the alma mater to help kick off the opening ceremony.
Do you have that memorized?
I've got it learned. Whether they give me a beer for that, I'm not sure. We'll see. The beer might be on ice this year.
Yes. You can put your jacket back on.
I can put my jacket back on.
In that one beer, absolutely. Well, Terry Cole, thank you so much for joining us and giving us a little bit of a heads up about what's going on at the music at Fort Hays State University. And speaking of which, you may be able to hear it now. Folk music is a good part.
They got them under its head.
So it's going to be a wonderful Oktoberfest. Just make sure you have a jacket on, and you might want an umbrella, but there are lots of people down here already. It smells good down here. We're spreading some of the, now what do you call that stuff again? I forgot.
That's a garden hose, Becky. What are you
the mulch. But
oh yeah, they got mulch to some
tree mulch.
spots.
Yeah, Jeff's showing us here. If you're watching on Channel 14, you can see the mulch to kind of soak up a little bit of the water. So you may want to pay attention to which kind of shoes you're wearing. I've seen schools out there. Good thing to do, absolutely. So we're having a great time, and we will be going to the opening ceremony shortly. I'm going to let you walk over there, Terry. Thank you for joining me. We appreciate everything you do. And maybe Andy Stanton can step in here. We've got a little bit more time. He's going to come in and kind of wind up. You want to come talk to me for just a couple more moments before we get up to our ceremony at 11 o'clock? Andy Stanton, of course, well-known marketing person. Well, what is it exactly your title with the
I'm a marketing specialist.
Marketing specialist. I don't want to say person. Marketing specialist. Now, what does that mean exactly? You do a lot.
We do a lot of different things. We are the marketing department for our broadband division, which is internet, TV, and phone, but also then help out with all sorts of other fun stuff like today. But we create the advertising campaigns for our internet, TV, and phone in the 28 communities in Kansas, the 28 communities in Nebraska, and the 2 communities in Colorado that Eagle offers services to.
And you have down here, we can do it underneath the roof of where we're at right now. People want to be sure and get their pictures taken with Oktoberfest 2014.
Right. We have some large picture frames that say Oktoberfest 2014 that people can come by and we will take your picture. You can take your own picture, or we'll take your picture with your phone. We've got them all posted on our Oktoberfest.
Jeff's going to show it.
Yes, on our Facebook.
Let's just pretend like we're
here. We are.
Good idea.
And these are posted on Eagle's Facebook page, and it's just facebook.com/Eagle Communications. So it's kind of a fun thing for people to commemorate the Oktoberfest. This is the second year we've done this. So
good idea.
A lot of fun.
City Commissioner Ron Millick was posing with Gary Shoran from Eagle, and they were sending that to the commissioners, 3 or 4 commissioners and city manager who were in Vegas attending that water conference.
I just posted one of Gary Shoran and FHSU President Myrta Martin and former FHSU President Ed Hammond on our Facebook page. So they were enjoying it already on their way over to getting ready for the opening ceremonies.
Well, certainly Eagle Communications is very happy to be a part of Oktoberfest and, of course, on our Heritage program. Is this the second?
This is the third year.
Third year, okay.
We've done this.
So it's a good idea. Just real quickly, we're about to come up here, but we decided to do the Honor Our Heritage program. Why?
The Ellis County Historical Society approached us along with the Volga German Society, saying they were wanting to expand Oktoberfest and asked if Eagle would be the corporate sponsor, and we said this is a great idea. So we are very happy to be able to be the sponsor for both events.
Wonderful. Find out a little bit more about the heritage of the Volga Germans in this area. Andy Stanton, Eagle Communications Marketing Specialist. Thank you for joining us. It is the top of the hour. The opening ceremonies are about to start here in the Frontier Park area at the stage, and we've got tents and umbrellas and canopies up so you can stay pretty dry and enjoy it. We're going to take a short break so that we can allow you to join the opening ceremony live from downtown Hayes Frontier Park, October 2014. I'm Becky Kaiser.
we'd like a few words of thanks from Nick Worth, the president of the Ellis Rush Volga German Society. Nick?
Good morning, everybody. First off, we really need to thank all of these organizations that worked hard. We already started trying to get things set up early Wednesday in here with weather. So we need to thank all the nonprofit organizations and all their volunteers for all the hard work. I need to thank the City of Hayes, Jeff Boyle, Chris, all those guys have worked really hard to try to help us with the water situation down here. I need to thank Tom from Grand Rentals with the beautiful tents. We now have 3 tents out here in the middle for the crowd, and he donated 2 of those tents out of the goodness of his heart for all these people that enjoy and have a good time. One final thing is that just want to say we're missing our last main member that started the Oktoberfest 43 years ago, and that's my dad, Larry Worth, and he's up there in heaven watching over us all. So, with that said, let's get this baby rolling. Everybody have a good time, eat, drink, and dance, and sing, and have one heck of a good time. Mike, here you go.
Thank you very much, Nick. And indeed, you're going to have to watch your behavior, Nick. He's watching you. You know that, don't you? Welcome to the 2014 Oktoberfest celebration. And of course, this ties in very nicely with Fort Hays State University homecoming, which you'll hear more about. And we thank you very much. As we begin today, we'd also like to thank Charlie Inhofe, who's behind the scenes here for the sound once again this year. Charlie doing a great job under adverse conditions today to make sure everybody can hear. And of course, we want to thank our 2 opening acts as we do, Galen Schmidberger and Joe Dolezal and company, for their music that will be provided later on as well. We thank them very much. Now, to begin our opening ceremonies, the national anthem, presented by Jackie Maxwell.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Beautiful job again, Jackie, picking up the tradition, of course, of Bob Maxwell over the years of singing the national anthem. The Fort Hays State University alma mater, from the Director of Choral Works at Fort Hays State University, please welcome Dr. Terry Kroll.
Thank you, Mike. Join in singing our alma mater. On the plains of western Kansas stands a school we all love well. 'Twas built by the toil of our fathers. To its glory our voices swell. Hail to old Fort Hays State. Let your
voices ring. Praise for the black and gold we will ever sing. Long may our valor last through the future days, honoring and praising dear Fort Hayes. Go Tigers!
Thank you, Dr. Kroll. And be sure and check the music performances coming up at Fort Hays State University. Well worth the money and certainly well worth your time from the talented performers in the music department at Fort Hays State University. And now comes the invocation to Oktoberfest, and we welcome back again this year Father Joshua Worth. Father Joshua.
Thank you. Everybody always asks me to pray for rain, so you're all welcome, very welcome. Let us pray in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Dear Lord, in the gospel you have told us that you have given all of us a vineyard. And remember, Oktoberfest is always a celebration of the harvest, that you too want to harvest not only from the earth that we toil and work on, but you want a harvest of good acts and charity from our soul. Some areas of our life produce that good fruit, and some areas are still in need of conversion. So we ask, Lord, for you to send a rain of grace upon all of us to water those parts of our vineyard, so that we too may bear good fruit in all parts of our life. And so we pray in a special way for the harvest. God, our Creator, who never cease to bestow your boundless fruits from the rains of the heavens and the riches of the soil, we thank your loving majesty for this year's harvest. Through these blessings of your generosity, you have fulfilled the hopes of your children. Grant that together they may praise your mercy without end, and in their life amid the good things of the world, strive also after the blessings of the world to come. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. And I also want to give everybody dispensation for Meatless Fridays today, since we're celebrating this great Feast of the Harvest. So I give that to you, and also this blessing. May Almighty God bless all of you, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Father Joshua, we thank you for coming back again. There is one particular part of the program that we've asked Father Joshua to do, and that is in remembrance of those members of the Volga German Society. Father Worth, if you would.
We remember in a special way today from the Volga German Society, Larry F. Worth, my grandfather, one of the original founders of the Volga German Society of Oktoberfest, Lillian Jacobs, wife of Gene Jacobs, from the Sunflower Chapter of the American Historical Society of Germans from Russia, of course, Larry F. Worth, the charter member, Gerald Brown, Roselia Pfeiffer, Wilma Dreiling, from the Ellis County Historical Society, Ruth Boyer, mother of Brad Boyer, and from Eagle Communications, Carol Stanton, mother of Auntie Stanton. We're all a little sadder today because we miss them, and even the earth and the weather reflects that, but we pray for them. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon them. May they rest in peace. Amen. May their souls and souls of all the faithful departed through the mercy of God rest in peace. Amen.
Thank you, Father Joshua. A special welcome from the Volga German Society and member Tom Haas. Tom?
Take a little room. Guten Morgen. Wie geht's dann bei unser deutscher Leid? Es geht gut. Es geht gut. Heute ehren wir all die deutsche Leid von all die kleinen Dorf. Heute feiern wir 42 Jahre, dass wir den Oktoberfest auch in unserer Stadt feiern. Unser deutscher Leid von Katharinenstadt, unser deutscher Leid von Herzog, unser deutscher Leid von Muncher, unser deutscher Leid von Liebendal, unser deutscher Leid von Schenje und unser deutscher Leid von eins von die kleinen Dorf an der Nina, wo ich stamm von. Und ich darf nicht unser eigenes Dorf vergessen, da in unser eigenes Dorf Hayes. Für die Leute, die gut Deutsch verstehen, Heute will ich mal euch ein bisschen was sagen, was ich gelernt habe, wie ich ein kleines Kind war. So ich halt von Dorf zu Dorf gefahren, also mal gelaufen. Und nun ich halt also mal was gehört. Mein Großvater hat oft gesagt, Kind, halt das Wort. Wenn dein Wort nichts wert ist, ist deine Handschrift kein Teufel wert. Also mal habe ich das gehört. Da ist noch kein gelernter Mensch von Himmel gefallen. Und heute feiern wir alles, was wir gelernt haben als deutsche Leid. Und heute hören wir eins von unserer eigenen Leid von Schenje. Den dürfen wir nicht vergessen. Der Larry Wert von Schenje. Der hat den Oktoberfest, er war eins von den Leuten, wo den Oktoberfest angefangen hat. Neben mir steht sein Sohn, der Nick, und seine Tochter Janelle. Wir kennen die Leute nicht genug danken, dass die von Russland nach Amerika sind gezogen, dass wir heute frei können sein und können unsere gute Zeit haben. So heute esst und trinkt, esst, tanzt, trinkt nicht so viel, dass der heute oben heim kann fahren. So anyhow, just a few words in English to kind of overtone what I just said, because not everyone understood this. I did. But we certainly welcome all the Volga German communities from Catherine, from Victoria, from Shenzhen, from Munger, from Liebenthal, Antonino, and certainly Hayes. They came here a lifetime ago, and it's because of them coming here. Don't ever forget to cherish your freedom, because it's because of what they did that we're free here today. So thank you very much. All of you have a great time, and it's nice seeing you here. I always told my two sons who I farm with in agriculture, good rain is better als we direct blows. A good rain is better than dirt blowing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Part of the opening ceremonies, of course, is the official welcome from Fort Hays State University. And it was for 27 years that we called the president up to welcome us. And for the 28th year, we're going to call the President Emeritus to join us for the opening and the introduction of the president of Fort Hays State University. May I introduce the President Emeritus of Fort Hays State University, Dr. Ed Hammond.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This is the 28th year I've had the privilege of being here, and this isn't the worst weather we've had. I can remember one year when it snowed, right? We can remember that. So I'm also, before Father left, he leaned over and he said, by shortly after noon, the Lord will help us and the rain may go away a little bit. Then he left. He's a wise man. But it's my pleasure to introduce the 9th president of Fort Hays State University, a woman who brings tremendous passion as well as tremendous experience to this job. And there's two things I can guarantee you. One is she's better looking and smarter than the old president. Dr. Mirta Martin.
Dankeschön. Guten Morgen and willkommen. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Oktoberfest. It is a privilege to be here at my first Oktoberfest. Much has been said about family, and at Fort Hays State University, we are indeed a family with the communities that surround it, and I am thankful that each of you are here today. So this is an incredible representation of what community can do, what heritage means to each one of us. And for me, the heritage that we enjoy here in our community, both Fort Hays and the external communities, the surrounding communities, it's an incredible reminder of, as has been said already, how fortunate we are to live in a country that it's free, where we can go ahead and worship, and we can go ahead and also be thankful to have each other and to do what needs to be done because it's the right thing to do. So eat responsibly. dance a lot, and eat a lot. Also, I want to let y'all know that because of the rain, we are also extending the celebrations to the tailgate section of the Lewis Field tomorrow after the parade. So the party shall continue. Thank you all. Willkommen.
Thank you, Dr. Martin, President Martin. We'd also like to recognize, and it's one of the few times he's been able to visit, the President's husband. John, where are you? There you are. So welcome John Martin, if you would please, to Oktoberfest this year. John, good to have you with us. We usually have representation from the German student population at Fort Hays State, and this year is no exception. To introduce our German student members is Jacob Turnus. Jacob, come on up and introduce those members of the society at Fort Hays State University from the student body.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jacob Turnus. I'm the coordinator of student involvement in Greek life at Fort Hays State. On a daily basis, I get to work with many wonderful students, including a lot of those that are out here today selling goods. And today it's my privilege to introduce 4 of our German students who are going to tell you a little bit about themselves. So we have Sarah, Jonas, Isabel, and Felix here today. So guys.
Hello and welcome to Oktoberfest. My name is Isabel and I'm from Germany. I'm from Duisburg, that is a city located in the western part of Germany. And I really enjoy here that you have a beautiful countryside and very friendly people. Everybody is really willing to get to know us Germans, and everybody keeps on asking questions, and I really enjoy that, and enjoy Oktoberfest.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm from Germany too. Wow. And I'm from Essen, that's right next to Duisburg, where Isabel's from. And yeah, I really like it that usually you have better weather here, so... but today's good too. And as Isabel already said, everyone is so friendly, and everyone wants to get to know us and says, hi, how are you doing? I don't know, that's somehow different from my university back home, and I just love it here. So, willkommen!
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jonas Eberhard. Born in Recklinghausen, Germany, which is also western part of Germany. I study at the University of Duisburg-Essen, which is not too far from where I live. I'm studying English and social science, and us 3, we're doing basically a semester abroad here. We've been here since August, and we're going to leave in December, sadly. So far, it's been great here. I've met a lot of great people, a lot of new friends, new countryside to see, beautiful sunsets, something I'm not used to in Germany, and yeah, so far it's been great. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Felix. I'm a little bit different than them. I've been here for 5 years. I was born down in Munich and grew up in a military family for the German military. I absolutely love it here. I've been in Hays for about 3 years now, and it's been an amazing experience. The people here are becoming my family away from home, and I hope everybody enjoys themselves today and have fun at Oktoberfest.
Jacob, thank you very much for bringing the students this year to us, and welcome all the students at Fort Hays State University. Our next guest is from the Ellis County Historical Society, the president, Don Westfall. Don?
Thank you, Mike. Great to be here again. We're always honored to be a part of Oktoberfest and to celebrate what we call Honor Our Heritage, which we do in our tent over here. But anyway, it's a privilege for us at the Ellis County Historical Society at our museum to present to you on a daily basis the rich history and heritage of the Volga German people, but we also like to get out among you too as well and be present at special events such as this. This year apparently the Wet and Wild Oktoberfest. So enjoy yourselves as much as you can, and we're happy to have you here. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. Our guest is the president of the American Historical Society of Germans from Russia, with a special welcome and message, Kevin Rupp.
Kevin?
Good morning. I'm the representative from our Sunflower chapter of the American Historical Society of Germans from Russia, with our chapter or our main headquarters up in Lincoln, Nebraska. We do have a chapter that meets 4 times in Hayes that works in perpetuating and collection of our heritage and our history. If you have any questions about joining our organization, we have over in the tent, we have some information over there, so we like to just invite you to have a good time and enjoy yourself today. Thank you.
A lot of work from the City of Hayes to put this together, and with a special welcome from the City of Hayes, Hayes City Commissioner Ron Melick. Ron?
Good morning, Hayes, America! On behalf of the City of Hayes, we'd like to welcome all you hardy souls to the 42nd Annual Oktoberfest. And being it's President Martin's first Oktoberfest, I want to tell you what Oktoberfest is about. It's about friends, family, citizens of Hayes, citizens of Ellis County, Fort Hays State University students, and alumni. And when you mix that all together, you have fun. And that's what Oktoberfest is about, is fun. So, welcome all you hardy souls, and have fun today. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. We'd also like to welcome a special guest today, the Tsarist Catherine the Great from Russia.
Hello, I am Catherine the Great. I am the Empress of Russia. It was my idea many years ago to write manifesto inviting Germans to settle in Volga region in my country of Russia. And I am very proud and honored to be here as guest of those individuals' families today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. President of the Volga German Society with a special award, once again, Nick Worth. Nick?
Hold that for me. There you go. Sorry, Mr. Hammond, please come up here. We're giving Mr. Hammond an award for 27 years of great service for our community, Fort Hays State, the City of Hayes, Oktoberfest. We cannot thank you enough for all your help. We appreciate you.
It's been my pleasure.
Okay. Thank you very much. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been my pleasure, and the students, faculty, and staff of the university have enjoyed working with the Volga German Society, the Chamber, Eagle Communications, our corporate sponsor. All of these people make this happen.
We also have a special award that will be presented by Don Westfall from the Ellis County Historical Society. Don, if you would.
Yes, glad to be up here again. Well, in honor of a new tradition here at Oktoberfest, the souvenir bell, which you will be seeing today, we are going to present the first one, actually, to President Myrta Martin in honor of her being here for her first Oktoberfest. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And now we do have one also for the Ellis County Commission and the City Commission of Hayes. However, I believe the County Commission Chair wasn't able to be here, Barbara Wassinger, but we do have one that we can give to Ron Melick on behalf, to accept on behalf of the City Commission of Hayes, so I'll go get that for him. Well, this actually says Eber Phelps on it. But since he could not be here, we're fortunate to have City Commissioner Ron Melick here. And as they say, the last shall be first. So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the City of Hayes, we will put this in our cabinet and cherish it. Hopefully the mayor will bring it back next year and ring that bell.
That's right.
Speaking speaking of the bells, you've noticed that this is a new tradition for Oktoberfest. Just a couple of quick words about the bells from, again, our president, Nick Worth. Nick?
All right, well, we've heard some things, and a lot of groups towards the back of Oktoberfest said they can never hear when opening ceremony started and the tapping of the kegs. So we present from the Volga German Society a big brass bell. We have given a brass bell to each one of the organizations, and when we do the keg tapping here and we start ringing that big bell, that means everybody's supposed to ring their bells, and the ceremony and the party begins.
And speaking of, it's time for the official tapping of the keg for the opening of Oktoberfest 2014. And, of course, the tapping of the keg is historically done by the president of Fort Hays State University, Dr. Mirta Martin. And we are underway with the official tapping. The keg's a little hard to get to reach this time, but now it's the official.
You want to sing the beer song?
Heinz Prosa?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Galen.
Ein Prosit, ein Prosit, die Gemütlichkeit. Ein Prosit, die Gemütlichkeit. Eins, zwei, Gesofka! Ein Prosit, die Gemütlichkeit. Ein Prosit, die Gemütlichkeit.
The 2014 Oktoberfest is officially underway. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
That means to your good health.
I was hoping that was something. Thank you, Tom.
Hold on, Hund gefest. Ready, Daryl Seibel, if you're around, we have a telephone up here. And there's also some keys up here. And a phone, yeah. Let's go ahead. There's a garden full of happy faces bloom there, and there's never any room there for a worry or a gloom there. For the music and the dancing and a lot of sweet romancing. When they play a polka, they all get in the swing. And this time they hear
back to our Oktoberfest 2014 celebration of Oktoberfest Homecoming Weekend on Eagle Community Television, Channel 14. And we're joined by the president of Fort Hays State University, Dr. Mirta Martin, and President Emeritus at Fort Hays State University. I finally figured out what to call this guy, Ed Hammond. First of all, if we could welcome to your first Oktoberfest, Dr. Martin.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. What a wonderful day despite the rain, but you know, the farmers need the rain, so I'm thankful for that.
If you would, President Martin, tell us what alums should know about Mirta Martin.
Alums should know that I'm all about family, and I want all the alums, all the family to come back home to Fort Hays State.
Now, if you would, Dr. Martin, tell us about your vision for Fort Hays State University.
Oh,
as
that's
president.
easy. That's easy. You've heard it before, and everybody has heard it before. Thanks to Dr. Hammond, we are a forward-thinking, world-ready university, so we are superbly positioned to become the destination of choice through our programs of distinction and our people of excellence. And boy, do we have people of excellence at Fort Hays State.
Worldwide.
Worldwide. And many of them are here today. They've traveled far and long to join us for homecoming and to dedicate Hammond Hall, and also to welcome Senator Bob Hall. So we will have two shining stars of Kansas here assembled tomorrow at Fort Hays State University.
And tomorrow morning's dedication of Hammond Hall will be at 10:30. All are welcome to attend that special event. And really, as I had mentioned earlier, Ed, there isn't a building or a dedication on campus that better reflects the work of Ed Hammond through the years at Fort Hays State University.
It's a tremendous honor that President Martin, the faculty, staff, and the Fort Hays family is bestowing upon me and my family. You know, it takes a family to be president. It's not just one man. Or one woman. There is a whole cast of people that make us very successful. You have to put together a good team. And so while I feel tremendously honored, I feel a little guilty because there are literally hundreds and hundreds of people who have worked very hard to make the university so successful. And it's a real honor to have a fine facility like that named for me.
What would you tell alums about President Dr. Mirta Martin?
Well, I've told people before when I introduce her that she's better looking and smarter than I am. And there is no question about that. She's also highly competitive. And she brings a background of business and scholarship to the job that's very unusual. Most of the time we get presidents of our universities that come from the academy. And with Mirta, we're getting someone who has been highly successful in business, as well as highly successful in higher education. And that makes her very unusual.
In our welcome today, we would also be amiss if we did not welcome Mr. Martin.
That's right.
John was able to join you for the Oktoberfest weekend.
Absolutely, and you all can blame him for the rain because it's been raining in Virginia like cats and dogs, so he brought the rain with him.
Well, we're always glad to have it, as you all know.
Absolutely, and we're thankful that he's here.
And we'll be looking for you and former President Hammond in the parade tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock.
Absolutely, and I do want to tell the entire Hays community that as a result of the rain, what we have done is we also are extending the festivities, as you have heard before, after the parade to the tailgate section of the Lewis Field on Fort Hays State. So come on out and visit with our students and buy their shirts and their food and everything else. So we're just extending it over until the time of the game.
We thank you both for
Thank you.
If you don't get enough of that good German food today,
come back tomorrow
after the parade and eat more German food and have a good time.
Absolutely.
And of course, it all culminates with the ball game tomorrow evening at Lewis Field Stadium for homecoming.
And the coronation of the King and Queen.
Absolutely. And thank you both very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
A real pleasure to be joined by former president Fort Hays State University, Dr. Ed Hammond, and the 9th president of Fort Hays State University, Dr. Mirta Martin.
Thank you.
From Eagle Communications and Eagle Community Television. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
to welcome back to Oktoberfest 2014, Oktoberfest Homecoming Weekend from Eagle Community Television and KAYS Radio. Since the second Oktoberfest, KAYS Radio has been home of Oktoberfest, and this year is no exception. Our thanks to Scott Boomer and, of course, Boomer and Mike of the morning show back at the studio again, to our producer here on Eagle Television, Jeff Durall, and to Harrison Brem for their help with the technical aspects. Mike Kerner in the background as well, as we're joined here for the final segment of Oktoberfest this year by a couple of the coordinators, and that is Nick Worth. Nick is, as we introduced him, the president of the Ellis Rush Volga German Society, and Janelle, is it worth more now?
Yes, it is.
As a matter of fact, you got to tell me how that all came about, Janelle.
Okay, my dad always said my mom, she was a Worth, and he said when he married her, she didn't know how to spell any other name but Worth. So and she always said he was worthless. So I said, well, I guess I married Orville Moore, and so that makes me worth more.
In the background, you're hearing the music of Joe Dolezal and Galen Schmidberger as they present the polka music for listening and dancing. We want to mention, too, that the activities will continue here at Frontier Park on South Main and Hayes. And as Nick mentioned earlier, the Hayes City Parks Department, Nick, has done an outstanding job.
Yeah, Jeff Boyle and Chris Rhodes and all their men have done a fantastic job helping us out. They're actually out here working right now, putting mulch out in muddy areas. I want to thank again Tom from Grand Rental for the beautiful tents that we have out here for our crowd. And he donated a couple of extra tents just to help us out in, the goodness of his heart, and we thank him. I got to thank Midwest Energy for all the work that those guys do continuously every single year, have helped us out with the power, and I can't thank those guys as much as I need to. This year, we lost our dad this year. My dad was one of the last founders of the start of the Volga German Society of Ellis and Rush County, and we did the glass in honor of my dad. It says, eat, drink, dance, and have a heck of a good time, and that was my dad's logo. My dad sang on stage every year, so that's going to be our continuous theme of Oktoberfest, and of course we want to welcome everybody to come down, have a good time. We've got plenty of cover, tents, big tents, picnic tables for everybody to come down, have a good time. So with that, that's about all I got to say, and just thank you to everybody, all the nonprofit organizations. Without all them nonprofit organizations, Oktoberfest would not be what it is today. Everybody, Janelle's always worried, Nick, we got to do this, Nick, we got to do that. But you know what? Everybody's done it for so many years. It's just routine, and it all happens, falls together. And again, thanks to Hayes, Fort Hays State, everybody. We appreciate everybody's help.
But I'll tell you what, Nick, there are infinite number of details to put on an organization's event as big as Oktoberfest is. And thanks to the people who picked up the mantle from all of those who led the way. And who would have ever thought back on maybe the first or second year when the food booths would sell out at 10:15 in the morning, and there were 2 or 3 booths in the organizations that were here, and now that we have transitioned into a monumental weekend achievement for the Volga German Society and Fort Hays State University, Nick.
We actually have gained 10 more organizations this year for Oktoberfest, nonprofit groups and stuff that come out and wanted to be part of Oktoberfest, and we'll encourage anybody that wants to come, a nonprofit group, and if we can expand Oktoberfest, we will expand Oktoberfest. So
we should mention too that there was one lady that who last year I referred to really as the queen of Oktoberfest, and that's Eleanor Shippers, of course, who has continued the tradition of support and help. Janelle, there's something I'd like for you to mention, if you would, concerning the booths. Most of them have awnings and covers, and there is the huge tent, as Nick said, where people can get the foods they want, go under the tent, and enjoy it.
Right. Even the booths that don't have a cover, one of the smaller tents, we went ahead and put them under there so they would be comfortable and be able to take care of the crowd and the people and serve them. We're just so thankful for the city of Hayes. They saw that we were having a problem with the weather, that we were concerned, and the next thing we knew, they were down here to help us, to advise us, and so we could continue this great tradition of Oktoberfest.
Nick, there are a couple of things that were new this year, and one of those was the ringing of the bell. Now, the Ellis County Historical Society has had available for purchase the small bells with the wrist accompaniment there. Those bells that you can get through the Ellis County Historical Society. Talk a little about the bell and its significance.
Those are little bells right there with the wrist bracelet. We're handing those out free. But we do have a little 8-inch memorabilia. It's the first inaugural year of the brass bells, which we're going to continue to sell every year. The profits off of that go towards the Ellis County Historical Society to help them offset costs and give them some money for the museum. So we encourage everybody to come down. All the beer booths have the bells as well to purchase them there, just like you would do the mug. And also if they run out, you just come and let us know, let the Historical Society know, anybody know, and we will gladly purchase more bells for those folks that did not get any. We have 300 on the grounds for sale today.
And of course, those bells are for purchase, so you can get those for how much again, Nick?
$14 a bell. It's a beautiful brass bell, about 8 inches tall with a beautiful wood handle. We went through about 20 different bells, and that was the nicest sounding one that we had, and so that's what we decided to go with.
Of course, in addition to the great foods and drink, many of these organizations use this particular time as a fundraiser, and you'll find that many times they rely on Oktoberfest to raise the majority of funds, which they then turn around and put back into the community. So your purchase of foods at Oktoberfest will help these organizations and groups to continue their work. Now, in addition to the great food and drink and the atmosphere and the chance to visit, you also will have an opportunity to enjoy some special entertainment this year. Frank Worth, who does the tribute to Elvis, is going to be performing today on the stage. Janelle, Frank will be doing his terrific tribute, which he has carried to many different groups and organizations in years past.
Right. Frankie Worth and the Vibrations will be on stage at 2:30 till 4:30. Frankie is a ultimate contestant of the tribute artist of Elvis Presley. If you have not seen Frankie, you need to come down and watch him. He's fantastic on stage. He's also a winner of the ultimate contest and he represented Las Vegas, Nevada this year in the ultimate Elvis contest.
In addition to that, beginning at 5 until the close of Oktoberfest this year, the 80s tribute band Paramount will be playing on the center stage, so you're invited to attend that. Again, Frank Worth's presentation at 2:30. And then the 80s band Paramount will be performing at 5 this afternoon. Those are some of the events that are taking place at Oktoberfest 2014. And then, of course, tomorrow things begin with the Fort Hays State University events and all for homecoming of 2014. Thank you for joining us. Thanks to the whole technical crew here at Eagle Communications for this year's Oktoberfest Homecoming Weekend. Enjoy your weekend, and thanks for watching and listening.
Thank you all.
Thank you.